Before this episode begins, I need to say some things to both recurring viewers and to all the new viewers who will probably be checking out this video. If you genuinely don't care, time code's in the description, you can just skip ahead to the video. This is not necessarily typical of the type of content that I do make. It kinda does, but not really. This project was a bit of a massive undertaking, and I've been working on it ever since the beginning of this year. And as the deadline approached, things might not have turned out exactly as I expected, and at some point in the editing process I unfortunately had to start cutting corners. I could have delayed the video and possibly continued working on it for God knows how long, but I did not want to do that for multiple reasons. The release date is significant to the subject, this vid literally took a huge mental toll on me, and I just wanted to get back to the normal schedule. I just wanted to just move on and just finish it. If the video is not as visually pleasing as it should be, sorry, genuinely. I hope the substance of the video makes up for it. But if that's too much, good news. I won't be doing anything like this again, so nothing like this will ever happen again in the future. Hope this gives you some enjoyment. The information superhighway, or as we know it now, the internet, has existed in some form or another since the 1970s. While originally being used solely by governments for official business, the 1990s would open the internet for commercial and public use via the newly named World Wide Web. And ever since that day, humanity would never be the same. Of course, with a tool that allows you to look up a vast library of information, communicate with people continents away, and watch something higher quality than most people had access to for their entire lives, the internet has become a very useful tool. From something as benign as that, to something a bit more malignant. And to many, nothing can be any more malignant than politics. From something as simple and civil as simply expressing their support for their favorite issue or candidate, to something that is a bit more interesting, such as arguing with people over their favorite issues and candidates. Despite the fact that this tool is relevantly young, it has had such a huge impact in its lifespan that we wouldn't know what to do should it one day disappear. With many going so far as to say that the generation it has been around in has been completely altered thanks to it. Does humanity have a symbiotic relationship with the internet? Or is it more of a parasitic one? Well, in typical internet fashion, it's time to go down the rabbit hole and figure out the answer of how we got to where we are today.
On your mark, get set. We're riding on the internet, cyberspace set free. Hello, virtual reality.
Interactive appetite, searching for a website, a window to the world, got to get online.
Take a spin, now you're in with the techno set. You're going surfing on the internet.
The first election that the internet was around for was 1992, and on the surface, it looked like there was not much use for it, as at the time, there were only 50 active websites on the World Wide Web. We were a long way from the internet that we would know now. But we did see some inklings of the internet's potential, and how the internet would be politically. First, we would see how the internet would lead to new forms of communication, with the retail company Sears and the League of Women Voters collaborating to provide people a chance to indirectly email their representatives via a service known as Prodigy. For a simple fee of $2.50, people could use the service to type out a message, which would then be handwritten and then mailed to their representative. While very primitive, it was technically another way to contact representatives as opposed to mail and letters as they used to. Other ways that candidates made their positions known was through the internet service CompuServe. Democrats Larry Ogren, Jerry Brown, and Bill Clinton making use of the service to bring their messages to the public. Another presidential candidate who used the internet to his advantage was independent candidate Ross Perot, who, rather than using any of the pre-existing software to help run his campaign, decided to create some of his own, enlisting the help of Brewster Kahle to create a system that would share information across all 50 states for his campaign to use.
So we formed a separate company in July, given a fortuitous event, which was the Perot campaign. And when Ross Perot decided to run for president in 1992, he put his friend Mort Meyerson, who's also a friend of mine, in charge of Perot systems and in charge of making the computer system for the campaign. Well, Mort Meyerson and I had gone back a couple of years. He said, okay, Brewster, now I've got this platform. Can whatever it is you're talking about do anything for a campaign? So I flew down to Dallas and said, sure enough, boy, can I do something for a campaign. Electronic publishing is just what you need. Basically, they've got this organization of people that are in 50 states that is ad hoc, that has 3 months to live, that has to keep in touch with each other. So they have lots of information coming from the field, and they have that they need to collect up in a central place, figure out what it is they're trying to do, what the statements, positions of Ross Perot are, and then disseminate that information out again. And the paper or having people fly back and forth just wasn't fast enough. So electronics made a whole lot of sense within a campaign structure. So we pulled up a demonstration in 2 days, showed it to Ed Rollins, one of the veteran campaign runners. I think he was Carter's campaign manager. Showed it to him and said, well, would this be useful? He said, yes, definitely, I could use that. And so that was enough that we needed, and so we started the project for Perot Systems, working to do the electronic brain behind the Perot campaign.
With the work that Kahle did, setting the groundwork for what we know today as the Internet Archive. Now, if you know anything about the candidates that I have mentioned, you may notice a trend. All the ones in question were not only opposed to the current Republican administration, but also all 4 of them would describe themselves as the anti-establishment outsider choice of the race for various reasons. Due to the fact that the internet was this new form of communication and technology, many of its earliest users were people who were not necessarily that closely affiliated with the established status quo, which is of course a tale as old as time when you know anything about media. Nowhere did this become more apparent than when the internet got more relevant in 1996, to the point where they had infrastructure where they could run some online presidential polls. Take a wild guess which candidate did the best. Here is a hint. None of these 3. The candidate that did the best was Libertarian Party nominee Harry Browne, and as you can tell, he did really well when the election rolled around, which served as a very obvious reminder that the internet was still in its relevant infancy, at least in regards to this aspect. Basically still seen as a thing mostly used to balance your checkbooks, play games, or to brag to other people that you know how to use. Many people seeing the potential this tool had, but still not being able to execute it properly. But maybe with a couple of working out the kinks, we can maybe change things for the better for the upcoming new millennia. However, trouble was brewing on the horizon that could perhaps take out this ember before it had a chance to turn into a forest fire that we would all know. Y2K, also known as the Millennium Bug, was a concept that worried a select few people. Its first mention was in a book called Computers in Crisis by Jerome and Marilyn Murray. What was the so-called Millennium Bug? Well, many computer scientists at the time were a little worried about the calendar features that are built into computers, which would obviously work fine for now, but they were concerned as the millennium was going to shift. However, again, since it was made in the 1900s, they figured that computers and the internet would only register 1900s dates. So there was worry that instead of reading 2000, it would instead read 1900, which, if that happened to your computer nowadays, would simply be a minor inconvenience that you can just fix in the computer settings. But many worried that due to the fact that this was not going to be just on singular computers, but rather the entirety of the computer and internet sphere, it would lead to massive issues, such as bank accounts being completely wiped from existence, to possibly having computers within airplanes and terminals to completely shut down, causing crashes all across the world. Some even went so far as to say that the Y2K bug was a sign that the rapture was coming, even pushing for a theocracy in the fall of the United States government. While nowadays, we could simply just look any of this stuff up and then verify it for ourselves, back then, that was not an option, and many people were scrambling to figure out what the heck to do. Now, 2000 was already going to be a very tumultuous year. The entry into a new millennia, a presidential election on the horizon. End of the world just didn't really fit in the schedule. So the incumbent president Bill Clinton decided to start pushing really hard to try and save the internet. I mean, given the fact that his vice president was the one who made it, it makes sense. Clinton pushing for a piece of legislation called the Year 2000 Information and Readiness Disclosure Act, which intended to push for increased funding to the internet infrastructure to make sure that things would not crash. He even went so far as to work with the US's longest enemy, Russia, in forming the Center for the Year 2000 Strategic Stability, which was a way to keep both countries in communication with each other so that they know that neither of them are going to launch airstrikes against each other, due to potential worries that their machines would register airstrikes that weren't there. The US government spending a total of $300 billion combating Y2K. Adjusted for inflation, that would be $500 billion. As the day inched closer and closer, people were preparing for the worst. And when the clock struck midnight, you know what ended up happening? Absolutely nothing. Now, this is where debate starts to form, as we have two sides to this issue. One side claiming that there was absolutely nothing to worry about, and that all this was just overhyped and overblown, going so far as to say that this might be one of the first internet hoaxes, with others saying that in actuality, all of these preventative measures that we took on the issue are what led to things not going as bad as they could have been. And I would probably have to put myself in the middle of the ideological debate, as I can kind of see where both sides are coming from. Something that is not debatable is the fact that the amount of users on the internet had grown massively since the last election, with 413 million people and 51% of telecommunications being done over the internet. And they just got a massive boost thanks to millions of dollars being funneled into them. While this didn't really do much to sway the election either way, again still being seen as more of a side thing, however, the internet would soon adapt, but unfortunately, it had to adapt to a very bad situation. Quite a lot had changed between the last election and this one. George W. Bush was now president, and the 9/11 terrorist attacks pushed the United States into entering what we would eventually call the Iraq War. Changes on how the US had run things in the 90s would happen fast, with the creation of the Transportation Security Administration and the passage of bills like the Patriot Act. The mainstream media spending all of its airtime basically being cheerleaders for the administration, parroting their talking points of Iraq harboring Osama bin Laden, and later that they had weapons of mass destruction that we needed to go in there to stop. While that was going on in mainstream culture, a counterculture had formed with the people who primarily used the internet, who were, let's just say, skeptical. And this skepticism did not wait. A mere 6 hours after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, a chat room message appeared stating, "If in a few days not one official has mentioned anything about the controlled demolition part, I think we have a really serious problem." Those doubts regarding the attacks, as well as the war itself, would only strengthen as the mainstream narrative regarding it would begin to fall apart, and people would make their disdain very much known on the streets, through chat rooms, among other things. However, there was seemingly a divide between real political action and the internet. If only there was some way that someone could tap into both and use that as a way to actually bring change in regards to the policy regarding the war.
Thank you. You are unbelievable.
Out of nowhere, the soon-to-be former governor of Vermont, Howard Dean, decided to throw his hat into the upcoming presidential election. Dean was nowhere close to contention. ABC News ranking him 8th out of the 12 potential people they expected to run, presumably based on two things. One, name recognition. I mean, take a look at all the other candidates. 3 incumbent senators, one of which was the vice presidential nominee last time, 1 former senator, 1 leader of the military, the leader of the House Democratic Caucus, and a prominent civil rights activist. The only person he could possibly beat in regards to name recognition was a man by the name of Dennis Kucinich, who was one of many members of the House of Representatives. And the secondary reason was because one of Dean's biggest ideological differences between him and the rest of the field was his explicit opposition to the Iraq War, being one of 2 people in the field to be anti-Iraq war without any stipulations. While the mainstream media saw this as a detriment, Dean used this as a way to tap into a politically active group that is not sought after as much. And one way he sought to do so was to meet them where they stood: the internet. Dean hyper-focusing on using online grassroots fundraising, 97% of his campaign finances being supplied by individual donors. He would also use websites like meetup.com to encourage supporters to join him in his rallies, with 143,000 users joining the site specifically to help Dean's candidacy. Another show of Dean's support came from the online organization MoveOn. MoveOn was originally a website formed to oppose efforts to impeach Bill Clinton, telling people to move on from his affair, but it had transitioned to become more of a liberal advocacy group that primarily handled things online. This cycle, they were slated to hold a unique online primary of activists to decide who would get the support of the organization. Unsurprisingly, Dean clinched the nomination by a decent margin. All of this put together showed that Dean was not like the only other anti-war candidate, Dennis Kucinich. He had support, and it was growing. And grow it did. Dean steadily began rising in presidential polls to the point where he was beginning to be regarded as the front-runner of the race. Things were going good, but trouble was brewing. As mentioned before, the mainstream media was very much supportive of the Iraq War, and they did not take too kindly to people who rejected their narrative. And nowhere was that treatment more prevalent than with Kucinich, arguably more radical on the issue than Dean was, which naturally led to him only having a limited reach of support. And the media did not do him any favors, openly treating his candidacy as a crazy fringe name, even to the point where during a debate moderated by Larry King, Kucinich had to get Larry to pay attention to him.
Now, there are people watching this discussion who do not have any health insurance at all. And you know, there's a direct connection between the lack of health insurance in this country and the control which the insurance industry has over Washington, and the control that it has over our Democratic Party, too. Larry, in 2000, I brought...
I'm paying attention to you, Dennis. I can hear and look over there at the same time.
This is something that...
It's an old Jewish trait. We can do 2 things at once.
This is something...
Let's not get ethnic, Larry. Let's not get ethnic.
This is something
Let's not get ethnic.
Yeah. See how we're uniting? Even I'm saying, let's not get ethnic, Larry.
Sorry, Dennis.
I think the American...
Since Kucinich was a vastly smaller candidate, it was easier to shush him. It was very hard to do so with Dean and his steady rise. They needed something to tank his chances. In the lead-up to the Iowa caucus, Dean was making some bad campaign moves, bombarding a smaller candidate with a bunch of negative ads, so he began to lose support, eventually ending up getting third in the caucus. Dean, however, remained undeterred, and gave a speech declaring his intention to continue the race. And that's when they got what they needed.
And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
You might say, what's the problem? Well, according to the people in the room with Dean, nothing. Dean was happily cheering with the crowd as he laid out his plans for the campaign, but the version the media got picked up Dean's audio more clearly than the audience, so it seemed to make Dean look crazier.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
And boy, did the media make sure that you thought so too, playing what would be referred to now as the Dean Scream a total of 937 times in the week after Iowa. And to add a more insult to injury, the media purposely excluded clips of the audience to make Dean look more unprofessional, with the Dean Scream being regarded as the first political meme. And while it was not the sole factor as to Dean losing, it would be something that would lead to the collapse of Dean's candidacy, which is a very interesting showing for the internet's first actual forte into electoral politics. Things seemingly going absolutely great, but then when push comes to shove, things just couldn't really handle it. Maybe with some more focus, they'll be able to clean things up. I mean, Dean did try to form a political organization afterwards to try and push for his agenda moving forward. And I assume the fact that Dean's candidacy was very well focused on the internet, a lot of other people in Washington are going to start taking notes, and will maybe try to mimic him to do something greater. However, before we get into that, I think it's best that we step back from electoral politics, because around the same time, we would begin a trend that, while seemingly unrelated, would end up playing a larger role than any of us could have realized. A Gallup poll that was released in 2006 showed that a whopping 86% of Americans identified as religious, a whopping 79% of them identifying as some form of Christian. That leaves a good 12% of Americans that identified as atheists, people who did not believe in any form of religion. Much like people who would identify with a political or religious movement, atheists wanted to get together and advocate for issues that affected them, usually through spreading their belief system, or rather lack thereof. While there were some atheist advocacy groups like American Atheists and the Center for Inquiry, as well as many academic discussions regarding atheism versus religion, due to the US's religiosity, it wasn't really that much of a broader issue. That was until 9/11. A select few seeing the rise in Islamic terrorism as a modern-day example of the harms of religion, and began to become more harsh towards theists. One of which being a man by the name of Sam Harris, who wrote a book called The End of Faith, Religion, Terror, and the Future of Reason, which decried religious fundamentalism in a direct response to 9/11. However, An issue arose when many of the people who were buying the book were simply buying it due to the fact that it trashed Islam due to rising Islamophobia in the nation in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. In order to counteract this, Harris would write another book called Letter to a Christian Nation, which was a direct response to Christians who tried to claim some superiority after the publishing of his first book. However, the book that became the most prominent in the era was one written by an evolutionary biologist by the name of Richard Dawkins, called The God Delusion. Now, despite the US's heavy religiosity, as I mentioned before, it seems people were very much open to hearing them out, as all three of these books would end up becoming New York Times bestsellers, with Dawkins and Harris becoming household names, leading a new movement called New Atheism, who wanted to take a more aggressive approach on the issue of religion, viewing that believing in a religion or superstition of any kind couldn't simply just be tolerated, as they could lead to more radical and dangerous action down the line, and only via an anti-theist approach can the world progress to the future. Which was of course met with its typical criticism from people who are mostly religious. And while these two were able to explain their positions, there was a bit of an issue, considering both of them are still considered a bit too out of reach for the average American, being a little too academic. Man, if only there was someone out there who held the same beliefs as these figures, but wasn't part of the academically upper class. Not only someone who could explain these terms in a very layman's way, but also put it on a format that isn't really held by the same restrictions as television, and in fact can be used to spread the message as far and wide as possible.
Hello YouTube, I am the Amazing Atheist and you're watching the Fuck You channel. Haha, alright.
Meet Thomas James Kirk III, or TJ Kirk for short, who began posting videos on a relatively new website known as YouTube, under the channel name The Amazing Atheist. He had adopted the ideas and arguing style of these thinkers, but explained it in a very basic way for the average person to understand, and was a little less restrictive in his positions.
How come you spend so much of your time trying to disprove God? 'Cause you must really hate God, huh? How come you spend so much of your time being stupid? You must really like being stupid.
And much like the thinkers before him, TJ would become relatively popular. In the first year of his channel's existence, he had managed to get over 6,000 subscribers. While that doesn't seem like that notable at first, I should remind you the fact that this was still relatively early in YouTube's lifetime. For comparison's sake, if he had this sub count the previous year, he would have been the 6th largest channel on YouTube. Not only were there less choices to choose from, but also this particular thing was a very rare choice, with the particular niche that TJ Kirk sought to do, setting him apart from a lot of the other things on YouTube. You know, angry critiquers, sketch comedy, random viral videos, stolen web animations from Newgrounds. Heck, technically, even the genre that he was doing, vlogging, wasn't necessarily able to beat the type of things that TJ was doing, because of the particular things that he was vlogging about. And all this without actually explicitly trying to put a message out, like Richard Dawkins, with TJ doing it just because he wanted to rant and rave in front of a camera, and a lot of other people were doing it on YouTube. And while he would look up to these figures, other people started to look up to him. And if you know anything about the internet, where there is admiration, there must also come imitation, with the creation of a YouTube genre that we all know as the skeptic community. YouTube channels that would critique religion and the politics surrounding them to a wide variety of people, channels such as Cult of Dusty, Thunderfoot, Dark Matter 2525, and ᵃᵃᵗᶦᵃᵃ combating Christian conservatism through online videos, none of which would even remotely compare to TJ's popularity, considering he was the first. But all this begs the question, why did TJ and this community become so popular? Well, while the internet was opening up a lot more in the 2000s, the individuals who we can politely call the internet's most active users were a specific type of person that you can probably imagine in your head. Typically being a young, white, nerdy teenage boy, unsure of what life is going to be like when they get old enough, usually spending their free time watching anime or playing video games, as they do not have that many friends, if any. Probably still living in their suburban middle-class parents' house without a job, with 9 times out of 10 never having a girlfriend due to social anxiety and/or perceived ugliness. Now that might have sounded like a roast, but bear with me. All of those compounding factors leaves you with a young person who perceives themselves to be a social reject. And as history shows, societal rejects will find any movement that speaks to them and will gravitate towards that. And when the country they live in is run by Christian conservatives, and had been for a long period of time, well, naturally, they will be part of a perceived counterculture to the mainstream, doing everything they can to show that they can be just like their mentor TJ Kirk, trying to one-up him in whatever edgy way they can, from something as benign as commenting that God is gay, to something incredibly heinous, like putting the Bible in the fiction section in a bookstore. Actions like this very much contributing to the way people view atheists even to this day. While the community at this point was still relatively small, they would grow, as too would their influence. But for now, mimicking real life, we can brush them off to the side for the time being to focus on more pressing matters. The rise in prominence in YouTube went hand in hand with the rise of other social media websites such as MySpace and Facebook, more people seeing the ability that these three sites had to connect you to people all across the United States, particularly among a vital demographic that had a lot of issues in regards to voter turnout. Young people, at the time known as millennials, a group that was notoriously hard to market to. But this rise in social media made people realize something. Perhaps the old ways to market political candidacies was done, and many presidential candidates made official campaign accounts on all three sites to spread awareness of them, which turned into genuine support. And while all the candidates were able to reap the benefits in some capacity, there were some that were able to reap the benefits more than others. And in keeping with the internet's trends, it was usually the ones who were considered the outsider, the ones who weren't your daddy's candidate, I guess. Such as the case with former Democratic Senator of Alaska, Mike Gravel, probably the furthest away from what is considered a mainstream candidate. And yet, despite very obvious factors working against him, Gravel seemed to do really well online, particularly thanks to Gravel's bombastic performances in the presidential debate, relentlessly going after the candidates that were considered the frontrunners in the race.
And I gotta tell you, after standing up with them, some of these people frighten me. They frighten me. When you have mainline candidates that turn around and say that there's nothing off the table with respect to Iran, that's code for using nukes, nuclear devices. I gotta tell you, I'm President of the United States. There will be no preemptive wars with nuclear devices. To my mind, it's immoral, and it's been immoral for the last 50 years as part of American foreign policy.
Let's use a little moderator discretion here. Senator Gravel, that's a weighty charge. Who on this stage exactly tonight worries you so much?
Well, I would say the top-tier ones. Top tier ones. They've made statements. Oh, Joe, I'll include you too. You have a certain arrogance. You want to tell the Iraqis how to run their country. I got to tell you, we should just plain get out. Just plain get out. It's their country. They're asking us to leave, and we insist on staying there. And why not get out? What harm is it going to do? Oh, you hear the statement, well, my God, the soldiers will have died in vain. The entire deaths of Vietnam died in vain. And they're dying in vain right this very second. And you know what's worse than a soldier dying in vain? Is more soldiers dying in vain. That's what's worse.
One clip of his debate performance, ranking number 17 in politics the week it was posted, and becoming the 15th most searched up term on the blogosphere. Gravel maintaining his interesting online presence by posting 2 avant-garde political advertisements. Fire but more infamously, rock. However, as I said previously, Gravel's support was rather niche, not helped by the fact that he left to join the Libertarian Party sometime during his candidacy, which made him even more niche. To shift to the other side of the aisle, another politician that was able to gain steam online was Republican Congressman at the time, Ron Paul. Paul was no stranger to presidential elections. He had previously ran as a Libertarian himself back in 1988. But this time, he had decided to run within the Republican primaries while maintaining his particular brand of conservative libertarianism, as opposed to the more traditionally neoconservative ideals that the GOP was more accustomed to, which made him an interesting contrast with the rest of the field, particularly in regards to same-sex marriage, being against the idea of the government controlling who can and cannot get married, drugs, being against drug prohibition, and war, Paul being an isolationist. This made Paul a very noticeable right alternative to the rest of the GOP, and people took notice. Paul getting really popular online, getting 131,000 friends on MySpace, 58,000 people joining in Ron Paul affiliated Facebook groups, and getting 30,000 subscribers on YouTube, making him part of the top 40 most subbed to channels on the website. His popularity reaching to the point where the online game World of Warcraft organized online marches in support of his candidacy. A better use of an MMO than John Edwards. Paul would even use online fundraising to raise $6 million in one day. This massive support being dubbed by the media the Ron Paul effect. However, similar to Gravel, his support was still somewhat niche, mostly because fallout from the Bush administration was a bipartisan issue. Not at all helped by the fact that this campaign led to the reintroduction of something that Paul had hoped would never see the light of day again. For those unaware, from 1978 to 1997, a series of newsletters would be published under Paul's name, where he would give political commentary, and in the times where he was not in Congress, he would say some very controversial things, ranging from, given the inefficiencies of what DC laughingly calls the criminal justice system, I think we can safely assume that 95% of the black males in the city are semi-criminal or entirely criminal. I miss the closet. Homosexuals, not to speak of the rest of society, were far better off when social pressure forced them to hide their activities. Saying that people with HIV enjoy the pity and attention that comes from being sick. Saying that the 1993 World Trade Center bombings was done by Mossad. And tons of stuff bashing Martin Luther King Jr., including calling Martin Luther King Jr. Day Hate Whitey Day, claiming Martin Luther King Jr. was a pedophile, and when activists proposed renaming New York City in honor of MLK, he suggested names like Dirtburg, Lazyopolis, Welfaria, Zooville, and Rape Town. When he inevitably would be called out on this, he would deny everything, claiming that authorship of the newsletters were not exclusively him. Ignoring the fact when this initial controversy happened in 1996, he had claimed all ownership and accepted full responsibility of everything that was published. So there was still some form of hesitancy to back him. So while his support was noticeable, it wasn't as widespread as the final candidate here, Barack Hussein Obama. Obama was not exactly an unknown figure. He was the senator from Illinois that gave the keynote address for the last Democratic convention. But compare him to the rest of the field, and you'll notice long, prominent careers that essentially eclipse Obama's not even complete Senate term. But Obama did not let that deter him. He campaigned that this was exactly what the US needed, and he would enact hope and change to the US political system. And it seemed that strengthened his appeal. Him being outside of the traditional political establishment helped very much by the fact that his primary opponent was the former First Lady, who by virtue of that ring on her finger was tied to the political establishment for life. I wonder if there was anything else about Obama that made people excited to vote for him. Maybe if he was going to be a presidential first of some kind. Something that could symbolically show that society was progressing and moving forward. And that, my friends, is where Obama was able to succeed while these two could not. Because these two primarily focused on a particular niche that would eventually reach its peak. Meanwhile, Obama was able to gain an audience that neither of these two could. Normies, people who were not really political, who could be turned into potential supporters, and his campaign staff took a large initiative on making this happen, making sure Obama was able to capitalize on this the best he could. He even created his own social media website, mybarackobama.com, for supporters to reach out to each other. Support for Obama exploded. According to the Spartan Internet Political Performance Index, he had the highest following and influence among the internet, gaining 100,000 Twitter followers, 2 million Facebook likes, and 97 million views on YouTube. And not every viral hit about Obama was affiliated with his campaign. Take the video Crush on Obama, a satirical video where a scantily clad model sings about her love for Obama, which gained 11 million views by the time the campaign ended. Unlike the previous two, Obama's ability to tap into this crowd was able to carry him much further. However, much like Dean, while the internet could be their greatest asset, it could also be their greatest enemy. Not everyone shared the enthusiasm about Obama, particularly supporters of his Democratic opponent, Hillary Clinton, and his Republican opponent, John McCain, many of which, including prominent billionaire Donald Trump, would overlap. And in order to prevent his momentum from continuing to grow, conspiracy theories about Obama were spread through the same methods his support came from. The first one is the idea that Obama was a secret Muslim, hyper-focusing on his middle name being the same as the surname of the former leader of Iraq, and the other being that Obama was actually born in Kenya. Both of these theories not so subtly harping on Obama's race. These theories spread far through email chains and right-wing websites and plagued Obama's administration, even if only a small degree, as most people acknowledge that these were just some stupid things that were being spread on strange corners of the internet, and would have no bearing on the real world. However, there was one particular strange corner that wanted to prove people wrong. A website that had become somewhat prominent online was an image board known as 4chan, a forum where people would chat anonymously about basically whatever the heck they wanted, as long as they stuck to the subjects of their boards: anime, video games, politics/news, but the most prevalent board was their earliest one, B, their board that was basically for everything. Now, very early on, this site wasn't really interested in that politics board, they really just wanted to talk about anime and goof around, at most doing a little bit of trolling. And while most of it was just screwing around with people and having fun, there was one part of the site that had this strange altruistic nature in what they did. Take in 2006, when moderators of the Finnish online game Habbo were accused of racism against avatars with darker skin, with many users on 4chan thinking that this was stupid. So, in order to combat this game's potential racism, they would create identical pitch-black avatars wearing suits and afros, head to every single pool that they could, make the shape of a swastika, blocking people from entering, and spamming in text, "pools closed due to fail and AIDS." I mean, I wouldn't say that this would be my ideal first choice to spread an anti-racist message, but it did actually get the word out. And to make sure that everybody knew who was doing this, everybody would sign off their messages with anonymous, because users of 4chan were known as Anons. And this would lead into a divide in 4chan. Newer members, also known as new Anons, wanted to transition this into something more, something great, something that could bring change online, thinking they could spread a deep philosophical political message through the methods that they had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, older members, or old Anons, wanted to simply just troll and meme and have fun. However, there was a little bit of a problem. These new Anons didn't really have a proper way to represent themselves. You see, at this point in time, the universal creation to represent 4chan users was a character known as Green Anon, representing the green text and the anonymous nature of 4chan. However, that was mostly representative of old 4chan, and didn't really fit with this new style of 4chan user. So they needed to figure out a new way to represent themselves. The symbol that they chose was the Guy Fawkes mask, as it was a symbol that just re-entered public interest thanks to the recently released V for Vendetta, the mask being used to represent the character V, an anarchist fighting against a fascist regime. And since these new Anons had huge main character syndrome, they felt that this image properly represented them. They had a symbol and they had an idea. Now all they needed was a cause to fight for. And not just that, a cause that would get a lot of people, even the old Anons, to join with them. And thankfully, they managed to find something. On January 14th, 2008, a video was posted of Tom Cruise praising Scientology, with the Mission Impossible theme in the background. Scientology was not a fan of this video mocking them, so they began issuing cease and desist letters to websites that had the video up. Now, this was an era post South Park Scientology episodes, so Scientology was a very easy target. But again, mostly jokes. But some people on 4chan decided to push back, under a familiar label.
Hello, leaders of Scientology. We are anonymous. Over the years, we have been watching you, your campaigns of misinformation, your suppression of dissent, your litigious nature. All of these things have caught our eye. With the leakage of your latest propaganda video into mainstream circulation, the extent of your malign influence over those who have come to trust you as leaders has been made clear to us. Anonymous has therefore decided that your organization should be destroyed.
Launching Project Chanology, doing whatever they could to combat the church directly. Prank phone calls, sending black faxes to waste the church's ink, looking up Scientology-related controversies so that they would appear on news aggregator sites like Dig, doing some Google washing to make sure that the Church of Scientology's website would come up if you searched up the term dangerous cult, and even passing out flyers to tell people to Google Lisa McPherson, a church member whose mysterious death was blamed on the Church of Scientology. But one of the largest critics of Scientology denounced a lot of these tactics, all except for that last one, arguing that more in real-life activism was needed, and Anonymous then decided to announce formal protests at Scientology's buildings on February 10th of 2008. And when the day came, around 7,000 people protested. That protest had led to those 4chan trolls to officially christen themselves as a group known as Anonymous, a hacktivist group that would combat censorship from larger groups, political or social, becoming a notable name online for people who were against censorship or people in charge. Again, an anti-establishment voice. And this goal that Anonymous has sought was a shared goal by many people online, one of which becoming very notable in his own right. In 1987, an Australian man known as Julian Assange begun a career in hacking. While he started as a nobody 16-year-old, by the 90s, he had risen to become Australia's most accomplished hacker, hacking into US military servers and reportedly had control over it for 2 years. However, something was different from what Assange did. Rather than doing it for malicious reasons, stealing identities, destroying websites, etc., Assange did this for altruistic reasons. He was a hacktivist. After an arrest and release on good behavior, Assange mostly stuck to being a good boy, not getting into any trouble. But of course, that wouldn't end up lasting, launching a website known as Wikileaks in 2006. The website's purpose was to make it easier for leaks to become available to the public, and publish they did. Prominent leaks up to 2010, including publishing the names and addresses of members of the British National Party, a fascist party in the UK, 2008 GOP VP nominee Sarah Palin's emails, an alleged plot by the Paraguayan officials to falsely impeach President Fernando Lugo, and emails from the members of the Climate Research Unit, which would become known as ClimateGate. But WikiLeaks did not truly reach notoriety until 2010, with 3 prominent leaks back-to-back: the Afghan War Diary, Cablegate, but most prominently, the Iraq War Logs, all of which were supplied by US Army Specialist Chelsea Manning. Side note, I wasn't sure if this was necessarily important to mention for the story, but this might lead to some confusion, so I'm going to mention it anyways. Chelsea is a transgender woman who transitioned after all of the events in this year played out, which is why if you look into any of the sources prior, they refer to Chelsea under a different name. But for many reasons, I'm going to be referring to her by her current name and her current pronouns. Manning, supplying Assange with 734,850 documents detailing various things that were shady regarding the US government's foreign policy, ranging from Secretary of State Hillary Clinton ordering the spying of many UN officials, including their Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, corporations like McDonald's asking for the US to interfere with their own trade deals to push their interests, people working for the US Department of Defense hiring Bachabazi in Afghanistan, and footage of the US striking down civilians, including 2 reporters, but them being marked as armed insurgents. The release of these documents was very controversial, as not only did they counteract the narrative of US foreign policy up to that point, but also because Julian's mentality in regarding to leaking information like this involved almost no redaction, with little care of how this would affect everyone else. And pretty soon, Chelsea was discovered to be the source, and was sentenced to 35 years imprisonment for violating the Espionage Act. As for Assange and WikiLeaks, the original apathy around them had turned into hatred from the political establishment. VP Joe Biden saying,
I would argue that it's closer to being a high-tech terrorist than the Pentagon Papers.
As well as...
But look, this guy has done things that have damaged and put in jeopardy the lives and occupations of people in other parts of the world.
And many other politicians wanted to prosecute him. The issue was, legally, they couldn't, as Julian Assange was merely a publisher of the information, which is why they went to Chelsea to goad her into admitting that Assange pressured her to release the documents, as this would mean that he was actively involved in stealing classified information. However, something else appeared that might have been a saving grace for them, as Julian Assange was accused of sexual assault in Sweden. All these compounding issues led to many people working for WikiLeaks to resign in protest, one saying that they would make a spin-off site free from Julian. But Assange would not let this deter him either. He would continue to publish information even after he was forced into seeking asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, which was granted by the socialist president Rafael Correa, who was supportive of Assange's efforts. And he became a prominent heroic figure alongside Chelsea, particularly through the internet, seeing the two as heroes being persecuted and censored for wanting to make the world aware of the shady to downright illegal things perpetuated by the so-called greatest nation in the world. And while at the time their stories seemingly had downer endings, maybe in the future they would be rewarded for their actions and praised for what they were. Maybe, but then again, maybe not. But Julian Assange would not be the only person facing censorship, as around the same time, there was not only a plan to censor one person, but in fact, censor the entire internet. As mentioned a couple of segments ago, the internet was home to a wide variety of content. To shift away from politics, two prominent forms of content were the internet reviewers and YouTube poops. The former were people who criticized, really nitpicked, prominent movies, TV shows, video games, anime, etc. And the YouTube poopers were people who edited clips from TV shows to make various lewd jokes. Both relied heavily on clips from pre-existing media for their particular formats. Another form of content that the internet was known for was piracy, where people would upload a piece of media without the consent of the people who made it, with the intention of watching it for free. However, the people who were making the media in question did not see any difference from these three different types of content, despite the fact that it seemed like these would more than likely be considered fair use.
The doctrine in United States law that permits limited use of copyrighted material without having to first acquire permission from the copyright holder. Commentary, criticism, and parody are protected under this doctrine,
and would go on the offensive on stopping these from happening. One of the most infamous companies known for doing this was Viacom, whose primary moneymaker, SpongeBob, was a common target for all three, and they initiated a lawsuit against YouTube for hosting it. YouTube would haphazardly create a content ID system to monitor this type of content, which users argued essentially gave all the power to the copyright holder rather than the creator. Despite this, many corporations wanted more. They did not want even the slightest bit of nuance to slip through the cracks. So they lobbied Congress to push for legislation to fix the problem. And in 2011, two bills were introduced: the Stop Online Piracy Act and the Preventing Real Online Threats to Economic Creativity and Theft of Intellectual Property Act, also known as SOPA and PIPA. The bills were really ambitious with what they wanted to do. If passed, they would ban ads from being put on any website with copyright infringement, ban payment sites from working with any sites who had copyright infringement on them, ban search engines from taking you to the sites that had copyright infringements, ban internet service providers from allowing you to go to these websites even if you already went to the sites, and anyone who committed copyright infringement would be in jail for 5 years. For those of you who do not understand how this would work in practice, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you are a parent to a child, and that child really likes the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. But not just that, they like one particular scene from that movie. And rather than simply putting on that movie every single time that your child wants to see that scene, you decide to upload it to YouTube so that you can show your child that scene whenever they want. By uploading that scene on YouTube, you have not only destroyed the entire website, leaving hundreds if not thousands without jobs, but also your kid is not going to have a parent anymore because you are going to prison for 5 years. Doesn't that seem like a little too much of a punishment? Well, to the corporate bot politicians, nope, they didn't see any problem at all, seeing this as basically a rubber stamp bill, much like previous copyright bills. But to people who were actually paying attention, this seemed to be a bridge too far, and many internet users took to voice their opposition to the bill. A wide variety of websites and organizations, ranging from Newgrounds, 4chan, Anonymous, Democracy for America, Pornhub, and many more, making it known that they would oppose SOPA and PIPA by any means necessary. And the way they tried to change things were done in various ways. On November 16, 2011, while the House was to discuss the bills in depth, Tumblr, TechDirt, and Mozilla decided to dub the day American Censorship Day and blocked out their logos with bars with the phrase "Stop Censorship" with links for their users to contact their representatives in order to express their opposition to the bill. Another website that got heavily involved with SOPA was the conglomerate Channel Awesome, the Nostalgia Critics website full of people who made their entire online presence around critiquing media. Some of their most prominent creators going to Washington directly to make the sponsors change their mind, even deciding to make a parody of SOPA, the driving plotline in their 4-year anniversary film, To Boldly Flee.
I demand justice! These internet reviewers clearly have too much power!
It's a moot point anyway. The Judiciary Committee has already voted. When they pass the SOPA bill, Stop the Unstoppable Copyright Killers Act, reviewers like the Nostalgia Critic won't even be in business anymore.
However, not everyone online was united. Two prominent SOPA supporters were tech company Apple and domain name registrar GoDaddy, which disappointed quite a number of people. Enough so that on December 2nd, 2011, a user on the website Reddit proposed the idea that they would close out the year by having a mass migration of GoDaddy users to other domain registrars on December 29th, known as Move Your Domain Day. However, some started early and they had already begun migrating in mass numbers, a little over 16,000 leaving on Christmas. But by then, GoDaddy had officially reversed their stance on SOPA, so they would inevitably bounce back. While this helped get some congressional opponents to become more vocal, supporters of the bill still held firm, and there needed to be something bigger to get the attention of Washington and make the bill completely unwinnable. Behind the scenes, Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales proposed something very drastic: a 24-hour blackout of Wikipedia to protest the bill. While of course not the most popular website, Wikipedia was still a prevalent one nonetheless. And if one of the most prominent websites just stops working, that will definitely get the word out. But he did not want to make the decision unilaterally, so he asked around the site for input. Of course, they gave him the go-ahead, and a date was set. January 18th, 2012, Wikipedia would become inaccessible. In its place would be a link to information regarding SOPA. Google would even dedicate the Google Doodle of the day to the blackout, linking to a petition to decry SOPA. When the day finally came, 162 million users visited the blackout page, with 8 million using the information to look further. The Google petition gained 4.5 million signatures, 1 million emails were sent to members of Congress, 2.4 million Twitter messages regarding SOPA were sent, and hundreds protested on the streets to oppose the bills. Due to mounting opposition, many co-sponsors of the bill had officially begun pulling their support. But the first indication that they had truly won came when President Barack Obama published a statement formally opposing the bill, making him the second presidential candidate to do so. And one day after the protests, the remaining candidates in the field made it clear that they opposed the bill as well, thus guaranteeing that no matter who won, SOPA and PIPA were not passing, showing the strength that the internet had once more, officially being able to kill two bills that would have passed regardless in previous years. I have to say it's rather impressive, showing that if people all across the internet will band together, they'll be able to fight for the issues that they... Wait a minute. Go back? Making him the second presidential candidate to do so. Second candidate? If Obama was the second, then who the heck was the first? 2012 was a vastly different election than 2008. As we've seen before, a lot can change in 4 simple years. Of course, they started off wondrous. Obama had promised America hope and change to fix a broken nation. And very quickly he was put to a test when the housing bubble burst right around the time that he was slated to begin his term. I can go in depth on all the ins and outs on it, but for a very massive TLDR, due to this, unemployment had reached 10% in Obama's first year in office. Now, despite the fact that policies of the previous administration are what led to this, it looked like it would be Obama's problem to fix it, curbing this by passing the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, a stimulus plan that sought to help stop unemployment and save us from further economic deterioration. However, many people saw this stimulus as bloated. One particular number that was seen was the $51 billion that would be sent to large corporations, many seeing it as a bailout of the same industries that caused the crisis to begin with people all across the political spectrum coming to criticize this decision. On the left side of the aisle, we had the Occupy Wall Street movement, a 59-day protest at Zuccotti Park, which gave birth to protests in over 951 cities across 82 countries. The goal was to call out wealth inequality, with one of their primary slogans being, "We are the 99%, and pointing out the fact that the top 1% are the ones who help make the laws that we know now. However, Occupy was not too successful for 2 primary reasons. One, the group was incredibly decentralized and had no help from the top. Believe it or not, a movement rallying against the rich and powerful will not get that many large financial backers. While there were a couple celebrities that stood with them, it was nowhere near enough to make any financial leeway. And that ties into reason 2. Not only did they not have many allies, in their stead, there were many enemies, mostly negative coverage of the movement, painting them as a group of people who really had no understanding of what they were even opposing. However, on the other side of the aisle, we had a group that did not really face these issues at all, at least not one of them, that movement being known as the Tea Party, a reference to the Boston Tea Party, where pre-revolution Americans threw British tea in a harbor to protest taxes, with the word tea actually serving as an acronym for taxed enough already. As the name suggests twice, the movement opposed high taxes, arguing that higher taxes would lead to the national debt growing immensely, making the government bigger than it actually should be, and possibly turn the United States into a socialist government. Now, what is socialism and why did they oppose it so much? Well, socialism is a political ideology that broadly advocates for social ownership of the means of production by the common man. However, in America, especially among people like this, it was construed as big government, and right-wing punditry had spun the Obama administration stimulus plan as somehow the first steps of turning the US into the next USSR, which made people oppose things that they would probably not oppose naturally, like a single-payer healthcare system, which in the most obvious sense would objectively help these people, by reporting on it and calling it scary terms like socialized medicine, and arguing that one of Obama's other plans that he was trying to do, the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, was the first step of socializing medicine, despite the fact that it takes no further step into making a single-payer system at all, which is what truly solidified the difference between Occupy and the Tea Party. The reforms that Occupy wanted to do were in extreme contrast to what people in power wanted. Meanwhile, what the Tea Party wanted to do are things that basically are no different from the so-called establishment that they hate so much, because they were being fed information from the people that they claimed to oppose, with many people in power really liking the fact that they would benefit greatly under a Tea Party system, such as two prominent billionaires named David and Charles Koch, colloquially called the Koch brothers, donating $45 million to Tea Party groups and candidates during the 2010 midterms, and managing to help the GOP take back the House of Representatives. Now, there is a little bit of a debate on whether or not the Tea Party was a genuine movement or 100% a rich AstroTurf campaign. The long and short of it is, whenever people are in any sort of negative situation, they go to whoever can give them an explanation and a solution. These guys just found a way to make sure they were the voice that was heard. And some of that was easy, as half of the messaging was already out there, thanks to a congressman turned failed presidential candidate, Ron Paul, with his particular brand of right-wing politics being very much the perfect alternative to not only what was perceived to be the GOP establishment, but also what the opposition to that establishment was, Barack Obama, which of course meant that Paul had a prime opening to initiate another presidential bid running on this message. And oh boy, if you thought his last bid had fans, you have seen nothing yet. You could not go anywhere online without encountering a post or a comment about Ron Paul, whether it be an image macro meme, the GIF "It's Happening," small moments within prominent creators' videos, to the point where it became common knowledge that if you just typed anything on the internet, at one point you'll get a comment that just says Ron Paul 2012. And much like last time, one of the ways that Ron Paul supporters gave support was via money bomb, raising a grand total of $13.7 million on grassroots money bombing alone. But this was not exclusively online either. Paul was able to turn out crowds like no one else in the GOP could this cycle, and he was able to gravitate a lot of people to his bid. Imagine this: a Fox News conservative audience in South Carolina cheering for the legalization of heroin. Sounds like a crazy hypothetical, right? Nope. That's something that Ron Paul actually managed to get done.
Are you suggesting that heroin and prostitution are an exercise of liberty?
Well, you know, I probably never used those words. You put those words someplace, but yes, in essence, if I leave it to the states, it's going to be up to the states. Up until this past century, you know, for over 100 years they were legal. What you're inferring is, you know what? If we legalized heroin tomorrow, everybody's going to use heroin. How many people here would use heroin if it was legal? I bet nobody would put their hand, oh yeah, I need the government to take care of me. I don't want to use heroin, so I need these laws.
I never thought heroin would get applause here in South Carolina.
His movement had even expanded further beyond who you think would be in Ron Paul's tent, with a group known as Blue Republicans supporting his bid. Blue Republicans were Democrats who would register as a Republican specifically to support Ron Paul's candidacy. And Paul wasn't stupid either. He actively courted these people to join in his bid, even floating the idea of having Dennis Kucinich as a member of his cabinet, which expanded Ron Paul's tent even more so, even to the point where it included a lot of unsavory people, as was shown in an Anonymous-led hacking movement called Operation Blitzkrieg, where Anonymous hacked the sites of many white supremacist organizations to reveal members, which showed that many white supremacist organizations and people, like the American Third Positionist Party and founder of Stormfront, Don Black, were actively organizing Ron Paul events, even corresponding directly with his campaign. Paul, of course, denied it, but given the aforementioned newsletters, it was really hard to ignore. Now, given the situation that happened the last presidential cycle, you would think that this massive online movement would translate to Ron Paul becoming the Republican nominee. Well, Paul would learn the hard way that that was not going to be a simple task. Much like others in the past, the mainstream media was not particularly a fan of all of his policies. So the media did their due diligence to undermine Paul and prop up others. First, take a look at their coverage of the AIM straw poll, the first real test to see momentum behind the GOP's candidate at the time. As you can see, Paul and Michelle Bachmann were the clear winners. No one else came remotely close. The media seemed to have a different story.
We have a top tier. It is Mitt Romney, Rick Perry, and Michelle Bachmann.
We have a new top tier, and it's Perry, Mitt Romney, and Bachmann.
There's now a top tier in this race, at least for now, of Romney, Perry, and Bachmann.
I think that's fair to say.
Another strategy that was seemingly a favorite of theirs was doing something that wasn't technically lying, but was skewing the information in a way to make you think a certain way. Let me show you this. You see this graph? From the way it looks, you may think Paul is in dead last. Quite the contrary. He is in first, but for no reason, he is on the bottom. Take this one. Gingrich and Paul are switched for literally no reason, and sometimes they refuse to cover him at all.
Right now, live, right next to the bus behind us, Ron Paul is speaking, and 7 of the candidates are here today. We have live pictures of Ron Paul, but you know what? We're talking about Sarah Palin, and we're talking about Rick Perry, the two people not in the race yet, Drew.
And guess what, Paul? If you get video of Sarah Palin or get a soundbite from her, bring that back to us. You can hold the Ron Paul stuff.
And simply put, this killed any chance that Paul had, as while the Tea Party had the money, and Paul did too, others seemingly had more and had the power to control the narratives. But did his momentum go away? No, it just took an alternative route. But it will not re-emerge until later. For now, something else would come up to solidify a sentiment on the internet that was already heavily prominent. In the wake of 9/11, the US government decided to take precautions to prevent something like this from happening again. The most noticeable one was the creation of the Transportation Security Administration, which would add certain protections at the airport. While it seemed well-intentioned, many would critique the policy's effectiveness. An ABC report in 2010 showed that the TSA had a 70% failure rate. But there was another measure that was put in place that the majority of the US public was unaware of. In October of 2001, Congress passed a bill called the Uniting and Strengthening America by Providing Appropriate Tools Required to Intercept and Obstruct Terrorism Act of 2001, also known as the USA Patriot Act. The bill was made to help make it easier for the US intelligence state to look into and jail potential terrorists. The one that is important for this video is where they allowed the National Security Agency, or NSA, to monitor communication devices like phones and computers in order to root out potential terrorists, all of which would be done without any warrant, i.e. breaking the Fourth Amendment, which caused a select few people to get a little bit mad, but most of their energy was focused on the fact that the US government could jail a suspected terrorist without a warrant. Other aspects of the legislation were not made readily apparent as the forms of communication were not at the levels that we had now. But as technology grew in the late 2000s and early 2010s, there were growing concerns with the legislation, and politicians finally decided to try and rein in the post-9/11 powers. One issue came from the fact that the laws were somewhat vague, so they had to find out exactly what they were doing under these bills. On March 12th of 2013, many of the top intelligence officers were invited to the Senate to hold a hearing on global security threats and intelligence operations, where issues regarding the post-9/11 counterterrorism bills were touched upon, during which Oregon Senator Ron Wyden would ask a very simple question to NSA head James Clapper.
Last summer, the NSA director was at a conference, and he was asked a question about the NSA surveillance of Americans. He replied, and I quote here, "The story that we have millions or hundreds of millions of dossiers on people is completely false." The reason I'm asking the question is, having served on the committee now for a dozen years, I don't really know what a dossier is in this context. So what I wanted to see is if you could give me a yes or no answer to the question, does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly.
While most who saw this clip probably thought nothing of it, there was one viewer that had a very strong reaction. Meet Edward Joseph Snowden, a young man from Elizabeth City, North Carolina, having felt a calling to fight after 9/11, attempted to join the US military, but was unable to thanks to bilateral tibial stress fractures, but would end up becoming an asset of the CIA via his computer skills, later becoming an NSA subcontractor on behalf of Dell. Slightly interesting given Snowden's libertarian political views. While Snowden had not voted for him, he was optimistic that Obama would change things about the Bush intelligence agency's policies. However, that hearing with Clapper made Snowden realize that that wasn't happening, so he resigned from his position at Dell in protest, but requested a transfer to the military contracting firm Booz Allen Hamilton with one goal in mind: find out as much information about the NSA's intelligence projects and leak everything. Snowden getting in contact with a journalist named Glenn Greenwald and a documentarian named Laura Poitras under the codename Cincinnatus to talk with them about his leaks, being attracted as both were critical of US foreign policy. In June of that year, the three would meet in Hong Kong to begin the publication of these leaks on the 5th. I truly cannot go in depth on the leaks in question, as that would warrant a video basically as this long itself. But in the 1.7 million NSA documents provided, it was revealed that they had been spying on Second Life, Xbox Live, and World of Warcraft players for recruits. Verizon, Sprint, and AT&T were providing all of their metadata to the NSA, with the NSA getting permission to be able to get this information even with the companies who refused. The NSA gathers almost 200 million texts every day, and the US was doing this to both allies and enemies alike, even to the point where the NSA was literally recording every single phone call in the Bahamas and Afghanistan. And the revelations had put everybody from a 0 to a 10, particularly the US government. The first item on their agenda: get rid of Snowden. The first thing to happen was that Snowden's passport would be revoked and a warrant was put out for his arrest. Now, here's the thing. Snowden had already left Hong Kong and was on a connecting flight to Ecuador to seek asylum there, much like Julian Assange, but his passport had been revoked when he landed in his first stop, Russia, and he really did not have any options left. He applied for asylum in 21 countries, but the US exerted all pressure to make sure that that wasn't an option. So the 13 countries that were the closest to the US just flat out told him no, and the ones that were the least close to the US said that he could do so under certain conditions. But for the four most ideal options, Bolivia, Ecuador, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, Snowden would have to be in the country before even having his asylum request processed, and the US tried to prevent that as well, even to the point of embarrassing themselves on the world scene, such as what happened on July 1st of that year, when President of Bolivia at the time, Evo Morales, was attending a gas exporting countries forum in Russia, where he gave an interview to the Russian state media enterprise Russia Today, expressing support for Snowden's cause. The next day, he was flying to the Canary Islands to attend another conference, when the plane was told that Spain, Italy, and France
and Portugal
had forbidden him from entering their airspace and demanded that his flight be landed so they could investigate, because they had heard a rumor that Evo Morales was actually smuggling Edward Snowden to Bolivia. which was a totally fabricated rumor that Julian Assange made specifically to embarrass the West. That wasn't Assange's only relation to this story, as he had been in contact with Snowden ever since he left Hong Kong to give some information to help him out as they were going through similar things, even to the point where he was paying for Snowden's homes and would offer him this piece of advice. While Venezuela and Ecuador could protect you in the short term, over the long term, there could be a change in government. In Russia, you're safe, you're well regarded, and that is not likely to change. Left with no other option, Snowden would officially accept asylum in Russia. Now, the reaction to the Snowden leaks were mixed, but not in the typical way that you think they are. While many politicians and members of the surveillance state were against what Snowden did, the average American was way more supportive of him, even organizing protest movements like Restore the 4th in June and Stop Watching Us in October. The intermediate level was the US House, where a libertarian and a socialist drafted an amendment to end NSA surveillance, which ultimately failed. This served as a wake-up call for many people. It seems that no matter who is in charge, be it Democrat or Republican, nothing would fundamentally change. In order to do that, you would need to look for a true outsider to change things up. Man, all this deep, dark political stuff is getting me down. Why don't I find something that is a good way to distract us? Something that unites people, and something that nobody could get into big arguments about. I got it. Video games. There's absolutely no way this can get political. Valentine's Day 2013, an independent game developer named Zoe Quinn would release a browser game known as Depression Quest, a text-based game where you are put in the shoes of someone who has depression, taking influence from Quinn's personal experiences. It's a very interesting concept that diverged from the typical stuff that you see from online games, which led to Zoe getting a handful of praise and criticism, the critics ranging from people who felt that Zoe's game wasn't exactly up to their personal tastes, to the occasional troll that would demand that Zoe kill himself. But the game mostly flew under the radar until August of 2014, when it was added to Steam, exposing it to a larger audience than it had before, which led to it being put on gaming journalists' radars, who in turn gave it flying colors thanks to the subject matter, which perplexed on-the-ground gamers. This wasn't Mario, this wasn't Call of Duty, this wasn't Minecraft, so how could this game be receiving such high praise? Which is where we have to get into the life of a professional critic. They have to watch, read, or in this case play, basically every product in their field that is released in order to do their job properly. Which naturally means that they are likely to see common tropes and trends in a given industry, which naturally leads to them viewing a product differently from someone who doesn't have to do that. It's the same reason why someone who is a hardcore fan of a franchise might view a game in a very negative light, but someone who is a more casual fan will view the game in an incredibly positive light, which leads into a huge contrast between gamers and gaming journalists. Gamers like the same thing over and over and over again, which is very obvious when you actually look at which games in a series sell the best. Usually it's the ones that stick to the format and don't make much changes. Meanwhile, critics don't necessarily like that. They like seeing something new and different, especially if it has a deep message, which puts the game Depression Quest very clearly in the critics' radars. However, a lot of this analysis is stuff that we understand now. Back then, people didn't quite get it, and were looking for some other reason as to why this game is reviewed the best, with many people seeming to want to have a malicious reason for this happening. And a couple of days after the game's released, a blog known as the Zoe Post went online, where a former lover of Zoe's, Aaron Joni, alleging that the reason Quinn was getting such high praise in the gaming media was because they were trading positive reviews of their games for sexual favors, and this happened while they were in a relationship, which made harassment against Zoe grow 1,000-fold, hacking their personal accounts, threats online like 4chan users saying that they wanted to give Zoe a crippling injury that's never going to fully heal, and copious amounts of rape and death threats towards Zoe. I should mention that Zoe would end up getting doxxed, so many of these messages would be sent directly towards their house or through their phone, causing Quiñ to end up leaving their home out of fear for their safety. What happening, originally being dubbed the Quiñspiracy, would later be redubbed GamerGate. Now, not everybody was anti-Zoe Quiñ. There were many people who would rush to Zoe's defense. However, they too would end up facing many of the same issues that Zoe did, such as feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian, who created a web series called Tropes v. Women in Video Games, where she would analyze the harmful tropes against women in video games. The issue with her also stemmed from the fact that she created a Kickstarter for this series, raising almost $159,000. Anita would face similar issues of doxing, would frequently be photoshopped being raped by many prominent video game characters, her Wikipedia article would be frequently vandalized, and she would become the subject of a video game herself. Beat up Anita Sarkeesian. The last major target of harassment would come from another independent game developer known as Brianna Wu. Her crime being expressing criticism towards the harassment of Zoe and Anita. Brianna even managed to catch her harassment live, as while she was browsing the boards of 8chan, a spin-off of 4chan who thought that they were going too normie, she saw her address get posted live, and she would also face death and rape threats, causing her to leave her home. One form of harassment that was unique to her was that after her dog died, people started sending her emails of mutilated dogs. All three would later make appearances in news media discussing the harassment campaign against them, usually sparing no detail, and the media, of course, condemned it and the people who did it. However, while the media was attempting to explain the situation, the people who were part of the harassment campaign began to muddy the waters to prevent public opinion from swaying against them, stating that the focus of the campaign was purely about ethics in game journalism, and that the mainstream media and Quiñ were intentionally misleading the public in order to force the video game industry to become more PC, claiming that this was another attempt to censor video games, much like happened in the 90s when many mainstream outlets were trying to blame video games for the rise of violence. In the most severe case, trying to blame the video game Doom for the Columbine mass shooting. One element coming up frequently was arguing against alleged force. The people were trying to force agendas within the medium, with many users within the sphere arguing that if creators individually wanted to cover messages like this, they were free to do so, but they didn't want it to be forced down their throat. Which completely ignores the beginning of the controversy when Zoe Quiñ wanted to tell a story about depression through the medium of video games, usually trying to make it seem like soon the government would be forcing regulations on the game industry to push ideas of social justice in games, much like how the hearings of yesteryear led to the ESRB and toning down of violence in video games. Another way to muddy the waters was very simple. When someone would bring up Zoe Quiñ, Anita Sarkeesian, or Brianna Wu, you would respond simply with, "Literally who?" Which would also work because now you were expanding upon people who weren't involved with the initial controversy, which had boded well because by this time the term Gamergate had expanded beyond the initial controversy. So now we had a lot of people who genuinely didn't know what was going on with these three, and they had very easy outs to make it seem like that these three were not involved in the controversy at all. Bring up the alleged forcing of social justice messages in video games, which wasn't happening, and the ethics of game journalism argument, which was a target specifically to Quiñ, claim that these three are hyping up the very real and very serious threats that were levied against them, and maybe throw in a little, "It's just a little trolling, dude." And unfortunately, many prominent gaming personalities took the bait, and took the second-hand, skewed explanation and made that the new narrative for the normies. everybody who would now be considered anti these three would be dubbed GamerGaters, and would then create a new term that would specifically target people who were pro these three, calling them social justice warriors, or SJWs, coming from the classic online term keyboard warrior, a person who would act very aggressively in online arguments, with social justice added to denote that they were supportive of a cause, women, minorities, LGBTQ+, etc., with many people online gravitating towards the term, specifically because it was so broad, you can use it to denote anybody that you might have a problem with. Some people saw the term and thought of slacktivists who only bitched and moaned about how a video game needed to have a disabled POC gender fluid furry, while others viewed it as a pejorative for everybody left of center who supported minority causes. With it not being lost on anybody, many people who were targeted and labeled as SJWs were women or the LGBTQ. We would even get to the point where we got our first explicit denunciation of a group of people due to the fact that many of the so-called SJWs were arguing for acceptance of people who did not necessarily express the same gender identities that we knew previously, including ones that were seen as very, quote-unquote, weird, which led to a popular internet copypasta that you all may be familiar with. I sexually identify as an attack helicopter, but one thing that was interesting about these so-called SJWs is that they apparently weren't just in the gamersphere. Conveniently, they were in every single online community, including one that we have already covered at this point, which would turn out to be the group that would be their greatest enemy, the Skeptic community. Their rivalry beginning in 2011, when a conference of many people within the Skeptic community was to be held. One of the creators invited was Rebecca Watson, better known by her alias Skeptics, who spoke about the issues of sexism in the atheist community. That night, she would go to have a couple of drinks at the bar. Then at 4 a.m., she would head back to her room, where a man followed her into an elevator and began to proposition her to head to his place. The following day, she would release a video recounting her experience and saying that it proved her case as to rampant misogyny in the atheist movement. And many male atheists who saw this video didn't really see the problem, and there's a good chance that many of you, regardless of your sexual or gender identification, might not understand what the issue is either. Allow me to remind you of the context. She had this proposition given to her by a complete stranger while she was intoxicated in an enclosed area where she could not flee, with these two being the only ones there. While sure, we know now nothing bad happened at the time, and we don't know for 100% certainty that the guy there had malicious intentions, this does sound eerily similar to a plotline from It's Always Sunny. While yes, she had the option to say no, there was a chance that she could be persuaded to say something else
because of the implication.
Unfortunately, many in the atheist community did not see it that way, the biggest one being the founder of modern-day atheism, Richard Dawkins, who would write a scathing letter saying how she was selfish for making it look like atheists were just as bad as Sharia law and Christian misogyny, which is very odd considering she didn't say that at any point in her video. And this is where we got to see the internet's favorite pastime towards the so-called SJWs, making up arguments that they just never say. We'll get to one of the other major examples of this in a bit, but for now, let us see what happens to the other father of the modern atheist movement. On October 23rd, Sam Harris would go on an interview on the Young Turks news program. I've yet to mention them at this point because I've had to go through a lot, as you can see, but TYT is a well-known liberal online news media show, probably one of the first online new media programs, and due to that, they have had a lot of respect online, as they were more connected to online users as opposed to the pundits of the mainstream media. Also helped because they broadly overlapped politically. But this interview was different, as their host, Cenk Uygur, was critical of Sam Harris's views regarding Muslims, Harris, of course, having been known to be harsher towards Islam than Christianity, but Cenk viewed it as not being productive and only helping Republicans who had demonized Muslims relentlessly post 9/11, arguing there was no functional difference between what they were saying and what Harris was saying, with Harris and many of his followers arguing that Cenk was intentionally misrepresenting him and that he was going too soft on Islam. The divide would similarly go into two camps. One side having people like P.Z. Myers, Jay McCrate, and Steve Shives creating movements like Atheism Plus to try and help and expand the atheist movement to fight towards social justice for women and minorities. But the ones that were more noticeable were the online creators of the skeptic movement, such as TJ, Dusty, and Thunderfoot, who all just immediately jumped on the anti-SJW craze, deciding to focus large portions of their channels bashing SJWs, while initially trying to focus on Islam, with SJWs being a side thing. It seemed at this point, now they were just going to start focusing on bashing SJWs exclusively, and, shock of all shocks, they ended up getting immensely popular due to this content. And, much like prior, where TJ went, others followed, with many new skeptic channels entering the scene. Armored Skeptic, his girlfriend Shoeonhead, Chris Raygun, but most prominently, a man by the name of Sargon of Akkad. These four leading a new wave of the skeptic community, one that didn't really talk about atheism at all, almost exclusively focusing their content towards bashing SJWs, with the most famous way of doing so being taking a video from a feminist or whatever, editing portions of it so that you can respond to it, ignoring most of their points or taking their points out of context, and then epically poning them with how rational you are, which usually presents a skewed perspective on what the SJW is trying to say, and a seemingly rational skeptic would respond to that skewed perspective with something that seemed rational. A very common line that would be used to rebuke any criticism regarding privilege, whether it be male or white, would be, so if you genuinely think privilege is real, you're telling me that a poor white guy has more privilege than a rich, gay, black woman? An argument that not a single prominent SJW has made, because it would very much contradict the point of intersectionality. All of this being good to help muddy the waters even more, because we are now so removed from the initial controversy that people all across the aisle can now be united against a collective hate for a largely female and LGBTQ-led movement. Now, one thing that you might be wondering is, how did the skeptic community's arguments get so crappy all of a sudden? I know their style of debate wasn't necessarily that good, but their arguments were usually sound enough to make up for it. Well, that's because up to this point, all of this stuff would be considered the internet's left wing. But now, the internet right has jumped on the bandwagon, as social conservatives had a huge experience opposing social progress and hiding the fact that they do so. One prominent right-wing outlet that covered GamerGate was Breitbart, most prominently through the work of Milo Yiannopoulos. Odd, considering that Milo had previously stated that gamers were pugnant beta male bollock scratchers, and few things are more embarrassing than grown men getting overexcited about video games. But this was before they could exploit this anger for political gain. Milo even went so far as to help popularize a more radical subsection of the internet known as MGTOW movement, men going their own way, a subsection of men who were very much openly anti-women. He was not the only one. A new face that entered the scene was Hunter Avallone, a person who borrowed the skeptic-style video almost beat for beat, but was literally a die-hard Christian conservative. Many other prominent right-wing channels copying the skeptic format to infiltrate the crowd. Even Steven Crowder, a person long ironed by the skeptics, was now apparently openly hand-in-hand with them. I'll close this segment out by asking a simple question. Why were the skeptics so eager to allow this to happen? Well, I will simply restate who a majority of the skeptic community's viewers were. A young, white, nerdy teenage boy, unsure of what life is going to be like when they get old enough, usually spending their free time watching anime or playing video games, as they do not have that many friends, if any. Probably still living in their suburban middle-class parents' house without a job, with 9 times out of 10 never having a girlfriend due to social anxiety and/or perceived ugliness. So, right off the bat, they had overlap with the OG members of GamerGate to defend their favorite pastime, but also, this group already saw themselves as the lowest rung on the totem pole. So when people are seemingly coming to them and saying their problems are not as bad, they are naturally defensive and will then push against them harder, especially considering there are people on top who are trying to get them to push against people who are lower than them. It's a tale that is old as time in politics. Also helped by the fact that a lot of these younger people were simply just contrarians. Since Bush was in charge, it was dominated by Christian conservatism. But now that Obama was in charge, the perception was that the conservatism was no longer in charge, so many gravitated to be against what Obama supposedly was. Not helped by rising cynicism given how Obama came in and didn't really bring the hope and change that he promised, thus leading to many to have the wake-up call that both sides of the aisle are not exactly helping them, so they became similarly disaffected with the entire political system. And unbeknownst to us, things are about to hit the fan in a major way. The issues regarding social justice did not immediately go away after the initial controversy. They in fact started snowballing even further. Now issues that they were advocating for were becoming way more prominent. One major pet issue for them being LGBTQ rights, with 3 major issues coming within late 2015, early 2016. One down here in North Carolina being the passage of Public Facilities Privacy and Security Act, commonly referred to as HB2, a bill that banned transgender people from using the bathroom of their preferred gender. Another coming from our neighbor to the north, Canada, with the introduction of an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and Criminal Code, also known as Bill C-16, which sought to amend Criminal Code to ban discrimination based on gender identity or expression, which a lowly college professor named Jordan Peterson tricked people into thinking that the bill was anti-free speech and would jail people for using the wrong pronouns even if by accident. Even though literally all the bill did was add the words gender identity and expression to 2 pieces of legislation as a group of people that you are not allowed to legally discriminate against. However, one of the biggest things that ended up happening was a Supreme Court case called Obergefell v. Hodges, which ruled that the right to marry for gay couples was guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, thus legalizing gay marriage nationwide. A lot of you may remember, but many of you might not, but gay marriage was the biggest wedge issue that many Americans had voted on since the 80s. While most Republican politicians were publicly vocal opposing the issue, very few Democratic politicians openly supported gay marriage. In fact, many publicly opposed it until public opinion shifted in the 2010s, where even a majority of Republican voters had decided to support gay marriage, with many prominent Democratic Party politicians having a complete 180, finally joining their base. While nowadays, many people take this for granted, this was a massive deal when it happened. As I said, many people voted on this issue exclusively for many years, whether you were gay or otherwise, being a very hotly debated topic in basically all the election cycles that I have mentioned up to this point. And now it seemed like that was it. The issue was quote-unquote solved. I know SCOTUS cases are never final, but many people broadly saw this as a done deal, which definitely put a little bit of a bind on both major parties. As mentioned previously, the Republicans had basically been universally opposed to gay marriage, with very rare exceptions. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party while not explicitly running on gay marriage, were basically the party of gay rights, in a lesser of two evils type of way. But now that the issue seemingly was solved, neither party really had a good idea on what to do next. Especially on the Republican side, many of the candidates just openly saying, yeah, if we get into office, we're just gonna make this go away. But many others in both parties viewing this as the perfect opportunity to sort of rebrand their parties in a sense. And much like previous election cycles, the parties had favorite choices. However, unlike previous election cycles, I'm going to actively name both of them. The Republicans had Jeb Bush, due to the fact that he was the brother of a president and the son of another president, whose political aspirations were seen as basically a meme online. However, one that was more obvious to a broader majority of Americans was the fact that the Democrats' clear favorite for the nomination in 2016 was Hillary Clinton, former First Lady, former Senator, 2008 Democratic Party runner-up, and Obama's first Secretary of State. It seemed that since VP Joe Biden was going to stay out of this race, Hillary was destined to get the nomination for president, despite the fact that she represented the very noticeably establishment wing of the party, whose only consistent policies were warmongering and representing corporate interests. Everything else she could change like this, evident by the fact that in her long political career, she had been on the wrong side of most, if not all, the issues that I have mentioned thus far. She had long opposed gay marriage, though claimed that she had always supported it, was a supporter of the Iraq War, wanted Assange and Snowden in jail, and even alienated young voters more so, as she once stated,
"Violent video games increase aggressive behavior as much as lead exposure decreases children's IQ scores."
Don't worry, GamerGaters had already gravitated towards this clip as a way to mock her. And it didn't help that during her tenure in her latest job, she had some very contentious things happen under her watch. The largest one that was talked about being the 2012 Benghazi attack, where terrorists attacked 2 US compounds in Libya. That issue became a massive GOP talking point against her, which got renewed scrutiny when, in the lead up to the campaign, it was revealed that she had been using a private email server for official communications, which, while technically not illegal, was very negligent. Things got worse when almost immediately after the FBI submitted a request to look into the server, Hillary Clinton staffers decided to delete 33,000 emails that they stated were private. And, Politics 101, it's not a good job to start a political campaign while you are under investigation. All the reasons that I have mentioned thus far made a lot of people just not so enthused about Hillary Clinton's presidential ambitions, but many people just really hated the fact that it seemed that she was going to get the nomination. And what's worse is, seemingly without any real opposition, with many users simply just saying, anybody else, please, anybody else. Anybody that is even remotely better than her.
Today, here in our small state, a state that has led this nation in so many ways, I am proud to announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
Meet Bernard Sanders, independent senator from Vermont, announcing that he would run as a Democratic candidate for president. Vermont law says it's okay, plus he had been a member of the Congressional Democratic Caucus since 1991. Bernie had a long-standing political career, dating all the way back to civil rights activism in the 60s, before transitioning to electoral politics in the 70s under the Liberty Union Party banner, then becoming Burlington mayor in the 80s as an independent before joining Congress in the 90s, then the Senate in 2006. As you can tell, he was very active in his, at this point, 73-year lifespan. Despite this, he was relatively unknown politically. The most people knew him from was the fact that he was one of the only politicians in America who had openly identified themselves as a democratic socialist. And given the fact that this is a label that he himself used, rather than having it be thrown onto him by opponents, he embraced this ideology that had been labeled as radical. The biggest item on his agenda being the idea that he wanted to guarantee healthcare as a human right. You know, the thing that every other developed nation in the world is able to do without any problems. Specifically, by expanding the well-known program Medicare to be everyone, Medicare for all, if you will, which the mainstream media saw as a huge disadvantage in a nation plagued by long-standing socialist hating since the Cold War. Considering the last socialist to run for president as a Democrat got 10th and was nearly beaten by someone who wasn't even running, and minor party socialist candidates have not gotten single-digit results since before World War II, and other compounding factors like the fact that the only other congressman at the time to identify as a socialist backed Hillary Clinton, made many naturally assume that Bernie's bid wasn't going to be that impactful. Maybe he comes in, says some harsh things during a debate, and then drops out in a couple of months. Especially considering Bernie had a little bit of an age problem, being nowhere close to Generation Z, the generation that was seemingly going to play a larger role in this election. Many predicting that he would leave almost as quickly as he entered. But for some reason, kids loved him. Some say it's because he wasn't like your typical politician with his frank manner of speech, his disheveled hair. Some say it's because Gen Z was not afraid of socialism like older voters, as they had the ability to fact-check literally every single form of anti-socialist propaganda. Some say it had something to do that we'll get into in a bit. All you need to know is there was a large amount of momentum, especially online, being very noticeable through the hashtag #FeelTheBurn, with one prominent place for online Bernie supporters to go to being the Facebook group Bernie Sanders Dank Meme Stash that hailed 420,000 members who would use, as stated before, dank memes to help spread Bernie Sanders' message. One of the biggest ones being the Bernie or Hillary meme, where people would put a particular issue and give Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton's actual views, later being replaced with jokes, with many Bernie Sanders supporters also choosing to denote themselves online through the use of the rose emoji on the website Twitter, referencing the fact that the rose is a long-standing symbol of socialism. The group would even expand to start going towards Tinder to promote Bernie Sanders' campaign, leading to many bans, which Bernie saw and decided to create his own dating app called Bernie's Singles as a way to get people who were like-minded on his campaign together. Man, where the heck did this site go? Am I right? Huh. And since many Bernie supporters were younger and, let's be blunt, basically raised by the internet, they were usually, let's say, enthusiastic about his candidacy, and also very enthusiastic of their criticism towards Hillary Clinton. The media dubbing Bernie Sanders supporters online as Bernie Bros, people who made sexist attacks against Hillary Clinton and her supporters, which was dubious at best. Speaking of sexist, why don't we head across the aisle and see another candidate that grew prominent online.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
Meet Donald John Trump, billionaire real estate mogul who was most recently well known as the host of the reality TV show The Apprentice. Trump was actually no stranger to politics himself, as this was actually his second bid for the presidency, first trying to get the nomination of the Reform Party back in 2000. And much like then, the mainstream media did not take him seriously, seeing the campaign as an attempt to stay in the news and maybe publish a book before dropping out before most votes came in. Not helped by the fact that Trump literally had to pay people to come to his first rally. However, almost immediately, Trump would become controversial as he would make some very interesting statements in regards to immigration.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
Which made the media realize one thing. Donald Trump was ratings gold. You see, candidates who espoused the kind of stuff that Trump did either did not exist in the media landscape that we have now, or were running under a minor party that didn't warrant media coverage. But for some reason, Trump was different, and this type of rhetoric did not stop there. Trump had decided to make it his signature model of campaigning to insult and demean every single person standing in the way of him and the White House, giving very harsh insults and critiques towards all his opponents in the primary, in rather inconsistent ways to boot. Sometimes he would call out candidates for being too hawkish on foreign policy, but other times he would be the most hawkish guy on the stage, with the mainstream media non-stop playing Trump clips showing his insanity and going, "Can you believe this guy? He's being a big meanie and really inconsistent." But all it did was expose Trump's candidacy to a larger amount of the population. And a lot of people liked it. They liked how Trump called out all the other candidates in the field. And yes, this included Republican voters as well. As we have mentioned with the rise of the Tea Party, the GOP had begun to take a shift away from the neoconservative right and the Bush years, and had transitioned into this sort of new right, which was this weird mix of old right paleoconservative, libertarian, and hard right religiosity ideas. But most people expected that many voters would gravitate towards one of the other candidates for their fix on those issues. I mean, one of the people running was literally the son of the reason why this rightward shift happened in the first place. And yet he was just a footnote in the race. The media even going one step further and trying to compare Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders, calling them two sides of the same coin for various reasons. Both came from the harder and more populist sides of their parties. Both campaigned as outsiders, Bernie being an ideological outsider, Trump being an outsider in the sense he's not a politician. Both had similar rhetoric about corporations owning the political system, and they would work outside of that. Bernie Sanders making it a point to refuse all corporate PAC money and instead primarily focus his campaign on small dollar donations, which many people again thought would make it so that his campaign would flop. Instead, he raised almost $181 million. Meanwhile, Trump had made it a point that he would also refuse donations, stating that his intention was to self-finance his primary bid for the office. Both candidates having some overlap ideologically, the only one really of note is being protectionist on trade policy. And lastly, both of them having somewhat similar electoral bases. Gen Z gravitated towards both of these candidates, thinking that the fact that since both of them were outsider candidates, they would be outside of the traditional political establishment, with the media going a step further, even going so far as to paint these two as way more similar than you would think. Both candidates seem to be very harsh towards Hillary Clinton, with the media painting criticisms from both of these candidates as inherently sexist, and claiming that both of these candidates had bad takes in regards to other issues, particularly social issues, feminism, LGBTQ rights, and race. Now, Trump? It was pretty obvious given his takes in regards to not only Mexicans, but in regards to Muslims, as well as his many harsh jokes towards women. But Bernie? With many things coming from the media that seemed way harsher towards Bernie Sanders than you would even think, such as renewed scrutiny in regards to an article that he wrote back in 1972 called Man and Women, where Bernie wrote about how men and women have these very strict sexual urges that are both pushed on them but also shamed by society. but they hyper-focus on the part where he says what they may fantasize about, claiming that Bernie was perpetuating those gender norms that he was in fact critiquing in the article. The media would also critique Bernie Sanders' claim of being a champion of marriage equality, claiming it was untrue, as he had only been explicitly in favor of gay marriage since 2009, despite the fact that Bernie had done literally everything to indicate that he was for gay marriage before then, without explicitly stating as such, voting against a federal marriage amendment in 2004, voting against the Defense of Marriage Act in 1996, and all the way back in the 70s, saying that he wanted to repeal all laws that prohibited homosexual behavior, which, if I had to guess, would have probably included marriage laws. The most common critique that was levied towards Bernie was the fact that he was quote-unquote not good in regards to racial issues, which was usually refuted by pointing out that Bernie Sanders was a civil rights activist, while Hillary Clinton was supportive of a pro-segregation presidential candidate that same year, which led to a Hillary Clinton supporting congressman and civil rights activist named John Lewis to make a bold claim about Bernie Sanders' civil rights record.
I never saw him. I never met him. I would chair the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee for 3 years, from 1963 to 1966. I was involved in the sit-ins, the Freedom Ride, the March on Washington, the March from Selma to Montgomery, and directed the voter education project for 6 years. But I met Hillary Clinton. I met President Clinton.
Which could be refuted with a simple Google search. Another thing that allegedly showed this was when Bernie Sanders was slated to speak in Seattle, but before he could, 2 Black Lives Matter protesters began yelling at Bernie and refused to let him speak unless they could go first. Bernie obliged, and they would end up hijacking his rally, and he would never end up getting to speak. Now, BLM was already lumped towards this quote-unquote SJW thing, usually due to them allegedly burning down the communities they claimed to fight for, and this really served as a symbolic version of that, as they had just chased away the candidate that was probably the closest to them ideologically. Bernie even stating as he was leaving that he had planned to discuss Black Lives Matter in full during the rally, but he never ended up getting to do so. This ended up further cementing Bernie Sanders as the candidate of the anti-SJWs. Most online skeptics openly supporting Bernie Sanders, as well as many other prominent YouTubers in the anti-SJW sphere. And, both surprisingly and not, Trump ended up getting praise from them as well, even if it was just a tepid, he's funny cause he make the SJW mad. Now, as we know, the populist candidates that are popular online are usually not going to do so hot. And we can see the media is already hitting hard against both of these two, so now we can see how they both end up losing. As we could see, while Bernie was able to put up the good fight, he wasn't able to win the primaries, and as that convention rolled around, Bernie won the state. Wait, what? How did Hillary get more delegates in the state? Bernie got the most... I guess whatever. I guess it makes sense considering the historical favorability of how both parties choose the establishment candidates over their more quote-unquote populist candidates. The GOP obviously being no different.
Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
Wait, hold on. What? How the heck did this happen? July 22nd, 2016. The website Wikileaks began publishing emails obtained from the Democratic National Committee and Hillary Clinton campaign chair, John Podesta, which revealed some very shocking developments about the president's campaign. For starters, many DNC heads were very much supportive of Hillary Clinton, and very much not fond of Bernie in his campaign. DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz openly stating that Bernie's campaign manager was a damn liar, particularly scummy, and an ass, and how Bernie isn't going to be president. But one particular point of ire came from the fact that the emails had a direct link from the DNC to the mainstream media, with members of the DNC asking people within the media to bring up Bernie's religion into question before the West Virginia primary, showing how the DNC wanted to turn an error on their part into a media narrative that made Bernie look bad. That CNN contributor Donna Brazile had shared questions with Hillary Clinton before an appearance on a town hall, but the biggest revelation came from the fact that the DNC was telling the mainstream media to downplay Bernie Sanders' coverage and play up Donald Trump's coverage, dubbing it the Pied Piper strategy. The media would cover Trump relentlessly, to the point where the GOP was forced to nominate him, and since he would be a, quote, easier candidate to run against, Hillary would essentially win because who would want Donald Trump as president, right? Now you might think, well then, why didn't the DNC have to nominate Bernie, as the mainstream media gave him negative coverage as well? Well, that's because they had safeguards in place already. Meet superdelegates, also known as unpledged delegates. While delegates are people who are supposed to vote at the convention based on how their state voted, superdelegates are unpledged, meaning they can vote for whoever the heck they want. The superdelegates usually being party heads in the area that make their decision very early on. But most people didn't notice it, as they usually aligned with who the state would end up voting for anyways. So, it seemed like it made sense. And this election was no different. Many of the superdelegates making up their mind that they were going to support Hillary Clinton before Bernie even entered the race, which was very confusing when many of these states started voting for Bernie, with many thinking, okay, at this point, they'll just flip their support to go for the candidates that the state voted for, right? Why? They have no obligation to do so at all. And due to that fact, many didn't, which essentially confirmed that the Democratic establishment was tipping the scales against Bernie from day one, which made a subsection of Bernie Sanders supporters absolutely furious, dubbing themselves Bernie or Busters, people who made it clear that they would not support Hillary Clinton come November and would either stay home or support someone else. Two candidates who openly courted support from Sanders supporters were Green Party candidate Jill Stein and even Donald Trump himself. But as things were moving on to the general election, there was one question that was on everybody's mind in regards to these WikiLeaks. Who gave Julian Assange the emails? Everybody wanted to know it. The intelligence agencies who wanted to put that person in jail, the media so they could report relentlessly on how this person's bad, Hillary Clinton supporters so they could shame this person forever, Trump supporters so they could praise this person forever, and Bernie supporters also to praise whoever did this. Everybody wanted to figure out who it was, looking desperately to see if they could find any answers to this question, even if it was just to get an answer and not have it be confirmed. 12 days prior to the DNC email leak, a member of the DNC named Seth Rich was murdered after an attempted robbery. Not long after his murder, the Rich family was approached by Fox News contributor Ed Butowski, who offered to hire a private investigator, Rod Wheeler, also a Fox News contributor, to look into Seth's case, which they allowed him to do. Meanwhile, the internet was already way ahead of them. They had already lumped Seth Rich with the long-standing Clinton body count conspiracy theory, alleging that Bill and Hillary had been murdering people that were opponents of theirs for various reasons, despite the fact that there was no immediate link between Seth and Hillary. But it didn't matter, because people already believed that he was part of this conspiracy. What they were trying to figure out is how. Initially believing that his murder was for some sort of pushing of a political agenda, as Hillary Clinton did evoke Seth Rich's name in order to push for gun control legislation.
From Sandy Hook to Orlando to Dallas and so many other places, these tragedies tear at our soul And so do the incidents that don't even dominate the headlines. Just this past Sunday, a young man, Seth Rich, who worked for the Democratic National Committee to expand voting rights, was shot and killed in his neighborhood in Washington. He was just 27 years old. Surely we can agree that weapons of war have no place on the streets of America.
Some said it had to do with the FBI investigating the Clinton nonprofit agency, the Clinton Foundation, for alleged bribery. But when the DNC leaks came out, people connected the dots and built a narrative around Rich. Now it was claimed that Seth Rich was a loyal Democrat diehard Bernie supporter and a patriotic American who was a huge supporter of democracy. And after he saw the DNC treating Bernie so badly behind closed doors, he could not stand idly by. So he released the emails to Wikileaks to expose the truth. And for disobeying Queen Hillary, he was murdered. Now, usually this would have just been brushed off as some crazy conspiracy theory from Republicans. But the editorializing to have him be a Bernie supporter blinded many other Bernie supporters into taking this a bit more seriously. Another reason people on the left started taking this more seriously was due to the fact that Julian Assange himself was stoking the flames of the theory, offering $20,000 for any information on the Seth Rich case, which doesn't make any sense unless he is the one who did it. And when many people in the media tried to ask the simple question, is Seth Rich the one who did it? Julian would do everything in his power to make the answer vague, but point in a simple direction.
WikiLeaks never sits on material. Whistleblowers go to significant efforts to get us material, and often very significant risks. As a 27-year-old works for the DNC, who was shot in the back, murdered just 2 weeks ago for unknown reasons as he was walking down the street in Washington. So
that was just a robbery, I believe, wasn't it?
No, there's no finding. So
what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that our sources take risks, and they become concerned to see things occurring like that.
But was he one of your sources then? I mean,
we don't comment on who our sources are.
But why make the suggestion about a young guy being shot in the streets of Washington?
Because we have to understand how high the stakes are in the United States, and that our sources are, our sources face serious risks. That's why they come to us, so we can protect their anonymity.
But it's quite something to suggest a murder. That's basically what you're doing.
Well, that others have suggested that. We are investigating to understand what happened in that situation with Seth Rich. I think it is a concerning situation. There's not a conclusion yet. We wouldn't be willing to state a conclusion, but we are concerned about it.
Now, I should just say this. All that Seth Rich stuff is just bull. Seth Rich had absolutely nothing to do with the DNC leaks, as Julian Assange had been corresponding with his source of the leaks, Guccifer 2.0, after Seth Rich had died. But it was too late. The narrative had begun. But if it wasn't Seth, then who was it? Well, the DNC also had an idea on who it might be, which had a bit more credence than others. If you are an American born post-1922, you know that one of the largest enemies of the US was Russia, formerly the Soviet Union. From the first Red Scare to the Cold War, most if not all geopolitical decisions made by the US revolve around opposing Russia. Even decisions that would bite us in the ass, like when the US would fund various Afghan Mujahideen groups in the 90s, one of the many factions being Al-Qaeda, who, as we all know, would end up committing the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Of course, these two cannot fight each other directly, as that would be very bad for the world. So they had to settle for indirect forms of warfare, The most prevalent way is funding certain groups to further political interests, either directly or indirectly. As technology has advanced, there was a lingering fear that these tools would become essentially unstoppable in the near future. The US Department of State even trying to start looking into ways to counter online misinformation back in 2014 as a response to the TV network Russia Today. But the process would be cancelled in September of 2015 when they thought this would end up being a waste of time. But then July 27th of 2016, Trump had made a very strange request at a conference.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press.
Which led to many intelligence agencies to go, wait, what? And on July 31st, Operation Crossfire Hurricane was created, where the FBI started looking further into connections between the Trump campaign and the Russian government to see if there was any attempts from the Russian government to influence the presidential election. One of the earliest connections came from George Papadopoulos, a foreign policy advisor who had frequently met up with a Russian ally, Joseph Mifsud, where they would discuss the Russian government having dirt on Hillary Clinton, referring to the aforementioned emails. Another major connection came from the fact that Russian ambassador to the US, ᵘⁿᶠᶦᶦᵃvéléĉ, had met with many members of the Trump campaign. While he had stated that it was for diplomatic reasons, many people were quick to point out that he had never met with officials from any other political campaign, but the biggest and strangest connection comes from Trump ally Roger Stone. Stone had been posting tweets that seemingly corresponded to leaks that would happen afterwards. So many assumed that there was a connection between the two, to which it turned out that Stone had been corresponding with both Julian Assange and Guccifer 2.0, and Assange was apparently also corresponding with Donald Trump Jr. on Twitter, apparently going so far as to give Trump Jr. campaign advice to give to his father, including telling Jr. that his father should reject the election results if it looked like he was going to lose. There seemed to be a lot of lines that were really hard to explain without a common denominator. Another example came from this: Julian Assange making an appearance at the convention of the United States Green Party. Why is this interesting, you may ask? Because Assange was nowhere ideologically linked with the Green Party, and would probably be more at home attending the Libertarian Party convention. But also, their nominee, Jill Stein, has stated that she, to this day, has no clue how Julian Assange made an appearance at the event. She doesn't know who scheduled it, she doesn't know how the event happened, and I think that's a bit strange. Wouldn't the nominee of the party have some input on how events of the party are scheduled and planned? Stein actually helps lead to the most prevalent way that this was pushed. The Internet Research Agency, a company headed by Yevgeny Prigozhin, that's whole purpose is to spread propaganda to bolster the interests of Russia across social media. And for the US election, they had decided to sow discord, starting up pages and bot accounts to cosplay as people all across the political spectrum. Literally, they organized pro-Trump rallies, anti-Trump rallies, pro-Hillary rallies, police brutality protests, literally just anything they could to make the election very complex. While all those rallies might seem very different, notice that all but one of them are anti-Hillary Clinton. But even with all this stuff going on, there was this thing within the mainstream media. They thought that at the end of the day, people would inevitably make the right decision, especially as more scandals started popping up about Donald Trump. And I think we all know what happened next.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
Of course, with this result, many people were again left asking why. Was this because of sexism against Hillary Clinton? Was this due to Russian interference hurting her chances? Was this due to other issues altogether, like trade? The long and short of it is yes to all, as many factors can cause an election to go one way or another. But what makes this election interesting is the fact that this is the first election where the internet had a huge part to play. Not only was social media such a large part of how the election was talked about, but the generation raised by the internet had finally matured enough to play a direct factor in the election, and that completely changed the game. Every rule you knew about politics up to this point could be thrown in the garbage. This generation did not have the sensibilities of the last. They were more active and radical than anything we had seen previously. And pretty soon, we would see how radical some of them truly were. White nationalism is sadly nothing new to the United States. It is almost to the point where it seems like white supremacy is ingrained in the history of the nation. Side note, while the terms white supremacist and white nationalist are technically different terms, they both essentially come to the same conclusion, so let us treat them as if they are synonyms. But many people saw it as a sin of the past, as many overtly white supremacist organizations, like the American Nazi Party and the once prevalent Ku Klux Klan, had largely faded away, and any other open white supremacists were usually laughed off into small cliques away from normal society, either in the remnants of their once massive organizations, or more commonly through online forums like the Daily Stormer, and on very rare occasions, random comments on unrelated videos. But while open white supremacism and overt bigotry was frowned upon, there was always this weird, lingering, I'm not racist, but type ideology within conservative politics, most exemplified with the Nixon and Reagan years. While it initially had appeared that things were shifting away from this mentality during the presidency of George W. Bush, there was always that one subsection, whether it be people who would arm themselves at the border states to stop Mexican immigration, to people who would hang effigies of Obama being lynched. This sort of thinking within the GOP usually coincided with other ideological debates, such as the idea of old-right paleoconservatism versus new-right neoconservatism. But in a weird way, the ideals of the new right were soon becoming the new old right, and we started seeing a lot of younger conservatives take to the thinking of the older paleoconservatives as closer to their ideological liking than the neoconservatives. One prominent example came from the rise of the youth support in Ron Paul's 2008 campaign. One paleoconservative thinker named Paul Gottfried had taken notice of this and made speeches about this new right-wing rise to his H.L. Mencken Club, which would later be published in the magazine The American Conservative under the title of The Decline and Rise of the Alternative Right. And nowhere was this decline and rise more prevalent than the fact that the author of the article was 37 years younger than Gottfried. Said author was a man by the name of Richard Bertrand Spencer, a former Duke University student who would end up leaving after the 2006 Duke lacrosse scandal. The TLDR was that there was a black stripper who accused 3 white members of the Duke lacrosse team of raping her. Due to many elements, this case became heavily politicized, 88 professors rushing to her defense, decrying the system in place that would allow this to happen. Prominent civil rights activists like Jesse Jackson got involved. It was a large thing in the media and hotly debated amongst the people. And it was later revealed that the woman had been lying the entire time of the case, which enraged Spencer and decided that he would leave university to pursue a career with the degrees that he already had. And as you can see, he chose writing for right-wing columns. And while things seemed okay at first, soon Spencer would become pretty controversial within those circles as he was moving further and further right and began flirting with ideas like white nationalism, frequently inviting white supremacists to have a platform through his articles. Eventually, he would leave to start his own webzine, simply titled Alternative Right, where he had no mainstream conservatives holding him back. And he went down the rabbit hole and became a full-blown white supremacist, or identitarian, by the end of 2011, becoming the leader of a white supremacist think tank known as the National Policy Institute. Spencer focuses attention mostly by spreading his message through the internet, as that is where a majority of the youth was spending their time, and with minimal regulation of information, as opposed to the mainstream media, they could continue to grow. But even then, it would be difficult to do so. If only there were prominent anonymous boards that had a tendency to say very edgy things that you could hide white supremacist rhetoric behind Wait a second. Well, at least there wasn't a large internet movement of angry normies fitting a target demographic that these people could piggyback onto in order to spread their message further. Oh, wait. Well, I mean, it's not like there was a person that was running for the highest position of the country that was pushing for this kind of rhetoric, which would seemingly radicalize a lot of other people into joining this. And at last, these three seemingly unrelated paths had finally merged together. And the alternative right, shorthanded to alt-right, started exploding online, basically becoming a central part in the GamerGate and Trump campaigns. The reaction amongst the conservative movement in regards to the alt-right was a bit mixed. Some, like Ben Shapiro, would openly denounce the alt-right due to the fact that many of the things that the alt-right said regarding his particular religion were a bit interesting, which led to the alt-right to dub people like Ben Shapiro as cuckservatives, a portmanteau of cuckold and conservative. The term cuckold meaning a man who gets off to being humiliated by another man who fucks his wife by a better man, typically a scrawny white dude versus a jacked black man, which gave them a hint of racism and chauvinism within the insult. Other conservative figures, while explicitly denouncing the alt-right, didn't really do much to prevent them from entering their circles, silently courting their support, while others basically just jumped all in on the alt-right. Milo Yiannopoulos and Breitbart openly courting stories from alt-right sources in order to entice readers to flock to the site. I should also mention, the head of Breitbart was a man by the name of Steve Bannon, who would later become CEO of the Trump campaign and join the Trump White House as chief strategist. Another way the alt-right had tried to become prominent online was leaning heavily into meme culture, trying to make it so that the alt-right and meme culture almost appeared synonymous. One of the earliest things they did was latching onto prominent meme Pepe the Frog, usually making various offensive versions of it, which got the attention of the Anti-Defamation League,
who in September of 2016 branded Pepe the Frog
as an official hate symbol, which ended up becoming a hot-button issue online, with many seeing it as the mainstream media trying to take down the internet. And the alt-right leaned harder on the connections with Pepe the Frog, having the audacity to link him to the ancient Egyptian deity named Kek, who was represented sometimes as a frog, even going so far as to create a fictional country known as Kekistan, whose flag looks remarkably similar to another flag, even giving it an anthem known as ᵃᵃޭᵗᶦᵃᵃሌဆိ, a song by an Italian artist named Manuel Pepe, who had a cartoon frog as the album cover of the song, almost as if it was destined to happen. The connection between Pepe and the alt-right would become even more explicit as many alt-right creators were starting to get banned off of social media apps like Twitter. So, in order to make it so that they had a social media site to call their own, one of them had the idea of creating a site called Gab, and guess what their logo was? Another very common meme that was adopted by the alt-right was the term Red Pill, a reference to the Matrix movies. The term meaning being exposed to the truths about a society that they didn't want to tell you. Who is they, and what's the secret they are hiding? Well, it usually varied from person to person, but the typical subjects were women, leftists, the LGBTQ, and most commonly, Jews. Very ironic that the alt-right is a very staunchly anti-LGBTQ and anti-women movement, and yet the red pill in the movies are literally supposed to be a representation of estrogen medication, as noted by the two transgender directors of the movie. Another prominent meme that was used by the alt-right was the OK hands gesture. The story behind this being that 4chan users were mad that the media had dubbed Pepe the Frog as a hate symbol, so they decided to play a signature 4chan prank, and stated that the alt-right was using the OK hand gesture as a secret code to represent white power, which the media began reported on as expected. But soon afterwards, many on the alt-right just started using it in the manner that 4chan tricked people into thinking it was. At this point, you might have started seeing some patterns in regards to the alt-right's symbology and how they spread their message. Rather than just overtly saying their message, they would spread their viewpoints in some level of humor and irony, essentially dog whistling their message to anybody who wants to hear it. But to people who call them out, they can simply just say, "Dude, come on, this is very clearly a joke." And then when people see that, they can go, "Yeah, see, he's clearly joking." But the seed of far-right radicalization has already been planted by destigmatizing openly white supremacist rhetoric, layering it underneath a level of meme humor, making it so that you are more susceptible to fall down the rabbit hole like they did. Up to this point, I've been trying to use things that have been made at the time, but I think this video from the user iDubbbz, that was made long after the alt-right had become mainstream, explains it way better than I can.
Before we continue with the documentary, I want to take a few minutes to talk about irony. This is the circle of irony. At the top of the circle of irony, you have sincerity. You can't have any amount of irony without some sincerity behind it. The next rung on the circle of irony is just called irony. You might be familiar with this from English class, and it basically means that you kind of feel the opposite of what is being expressed. And it's basically just sarcasm. After irony, we have post-irony. This is where you say something in a way that makes it sound like you don't mean it when you actually do mean it. In other words, you're using irony to make a joke about how you're joking. And look, there's no more room on the circle, so we must be done. What the fuck is that? Meta-irony is where this gets fucked. This is where you're saying something sincere, but the context could imply that you're saying it ironically, yet the thing that you're saying is actually a sincere thought. If this doesn't make sense, that's because it doesn't make any sense. It's meant to confuse you. Meta-irony is placed intentionally in this circle in a way that doesn't make any sense because it is intertwined with sincerity. Meta-irony is used effectively by people whose intention is to blur the line between sincerity and jokes. It creates a situation where in order for there to be a prerequisite of sincerity, I have to obtain the knowledge outside of the joke. If you're not saying anything about something when you say it, why do you even say it? People don't tend to do things for no reason. There has to be an answer here. And there are two answers. Either you're just bad at irony, or you're just being sincere.
This would make white supremacists way more palatable to the broader internet, because at a glance, it just looked like younger conservatives making edgy jokes, and the young left-wing creators were not necessarily immune to that, so they would join in, not realizing that one of them wasn't joking at all, thus leading to these creators rising in popularity. Lauren Southern and Gavin McInnes of Rebel News becoming some of the new faces in online punditry to rival TYT. Some creators that were prevalent in the subsection of YouTube libertarians, like Mr. Dapperton, ┬ᵘ┬ᵘ┬┘666, and Stefan Molyneux, had decided to start shifting their views to align more with the alt-right viewers that were gravitating towards them. A webcomic artist named Red Panels would steadily get a lot of clicks on their stuff.
Who after allegedly quitting on February 2, 2017 would re-emerge on July 18, 2017 under a new username that you may be familiar with.
We even have some people who are going so far as to try to make alt-right viral videos. The first one I will mention is a man by the name of Walt Bismarck, formerly Uncuck the Right, who had the brilliant idea of making alt-right Disney songs, of all things.
I can turn you far right, racial radical realist. Tell me, princess, now when did you last feel some ethnic pride? Love is a giant wall. Love is a giant wall. Love is a giant wall. With you. Love is a giant wall.
It means
There's a future anti-whites can't erase. It's our culture-free philosophy. 1488.
We are refugees, if you please. Assalamu alaikum. We are refugees, if you don't please.
Allahu Akbar. IQ test, show whose noggins are the best. Take a look at all these facts, shall we see truth that's been suppressed? Explain crime, poverty, clarify our history. Read the bell curve, it's delicious. Dear, I know you are suspicious.
But arguably one of the most prevalent ones is Two Dads TV, who published a video called Take Back Our Future, a message from the alt-right, an online animation that served as a calling card to the alt-right and a warning to everyone else. But one of the biggest sections of the internet that had a tie to the alt-right was the skeptic community, either openly aligning with alt-right figures, as was common with users like Chris Reagan, or in some cases, just joining the alt-right, as was the case with Sargon of Akkad, initially supporting Bernie Sanders, before shifting to support Trump because
it's just the fact that he pisses off the right people.
Then just openly supporting the conservatives, and spoilers, would end up running in a far-right British party called UKIP the following year. Another example of the skeptic community's ties to the alt-right came from a user named ᵘⁿᶠᶦᶦᶦᵃલેlé̲, an evolutionary biologist and neuroscientist that got his first forte into internet fame thanks to the amazing atheist podcast, The Drunken Peasants, originally saying stuff like this.
Yeah, well, these are current questions that are being explored, and they are the fascinating questions. So first you have to solve the problem of how a replicating molecule, which was floating somewhere in the ocean, making copies of itself, how could this become a single cell in the first place? How could this become a bacteria? And for it to happen, it has to be that some of these molecules, they found an advantage. They were evolutionarily advantaged to build walls around them, what Richard Dawkins had been calling coats.
But was now saying stuff like this.
How many Jews are there on this planet? And I was shocked to find out that, I don't know what's the number, but there's
14 million.
Yeah. 14 million. There's less than 20 million Jews. How can 20 million people, that's essentially the size of Canada at best, or just a little lower than Canada, how can a people that is smaller than the Canadian people have such an impact on geopolitics? And this is something that keeps shocking me to this day.
Very few within the skeptic community seemed worried. Only one member, Dusty Smith, had called out the rise, warning that this could have larger negative consequences on the broader online space. However, unfortunately, it seemed that Dusty's warning may have been way too late, as the spread had now begun, and it seemed that it went farther than you could even imagine. One of the most prominent examples coming from video game reviewer John Ariane Jafari, better known as JonTron. John had dabbled a little bit in politics up to this point, speaking favorably of both Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders prior, but he made the error of appearing on a podcast with Sargon to discuss the current political climate, which was rather controversial given Sargon's shifting views into the alt-right. But things did not get worse until John tweeted support for far-right Congressman Steve King's comments in regards to immigration and another far-right politician, Geert Wilders. Wilders understands that culture and demographics are our destiny. We cannot restore our civilization with someone else's babies, which was a defense of Wilders' position of ending birthright citizenship. John taking to Twitter and saying, "Wow, how scandalous. Steve King doesn't want his country invaded by people who have contempt for his culture and people. Nazi." People were willing to give leeway for a lot of things, but this rhetoric seemed a little too extreme, even for most of the internet, and JonTron got a lot of flack for it. He would later decide to go on the stream of a man by the name of Steve Bunnell, known by his internet username Destiny, where John would dig himself into a further hole with comments that made him look both incredibly racist and very ill-informed.
Okay, you saying that it has nothing to do with them being Mexicans, then why is it so important that whites remain the majority in the United States? What is it about being white that's so important?
Look, I'm actually not making the argument that whites should remain the majority in the United States. I'm simply arguing that it's clear that whites are not allowed to speak up against their demographic oblivion. I mean,
it's not oblivion. There is no oblivion. Nobody is walking around killing all the white people.
Says you.
I'm sorry, wait, did I miss the stories where all of these white people are being killed in hordes by Mexicans and black people?
They're not being killed, man, but they're being displaced. I mean, if you...
What do you mean by displaced?
You are the same guy who says that Europeans displaced the Native Americans. That's your argument. That's your go-to argument. Oh, you're not a Native American, then you can never be a true American. But apparently, when other people do it to white Americans, it's okay because fuck white people.
Wait,
it's obvious what you're saying.
No.
Wealthy whites, yes.
Sure.
You're correct.
Okay, so do you think that poor blacks probably commit more crime relative to wealthier black people?
They do. Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than poor whites. That's a fact.
Wait, what?
People like me are supposed to listen to people like you chatter on about this oppression in America. It doesn't exist, dude. It doesn't exist. There's
what
no
are you
oppression.
talking about?
Leading to him leaving his collaborative website that he had founded called Normal Boots, as well as losing a voice role he had got in the game Yooka-Laylee. Another concern of the alt-right's rise in the mainstream came from the largest YouTuber at the time, Felix Kjellberg, better known as PewDiePie. In early 2017, he had posted a video where he had paid people on Fiverr to do various tasks for him, and one of the tasks that he had was have them write this on a paper. While PewDiePie had done this as extremely edgy humor, outlets like the Wall Street Journal had decried PewDiePie as a hidden alt-right gateway, even taking his response mocking them as further proof of this, ignoring the fact that the very few political statements Felix made in the past had been denouncing the far right.
He's like,
it's weird because in Sweden, it's the younger people that are racist. It's not the older ones.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know how the fuck that works, but that's how it is.
He also told me that a lot of because of they blame it on the immigration, but a lot of crime has increased a lot in the last few years in Sweden.
That doesn't have to. It's so easy to blame it on the immigrants. It's not. It's really not true.
No, so they're almost local.
We just had an election in Sweden, and 13% of voters voted for Swedish Democrats, which is a racist and homophobic party. Good job, Sweden. So proud of you, you fucking idiots.
A situation that is comparable to this would be what the user iDoes would go through a couple years later. Basically, he cultivated an audience that had similar sentiments as the alt-right, despite him never giving any indications that he agreed with those views. But it didn't really matter, because while he didn't like the alt-right loved him, perceiving his edgy jokes as dog whistles to spread the alt-right message. This led to YouTube canceling a show that they were collaborating on, and his multi-channel network, Maker Studios, would drop him. But even then, it looked as if this was just an online thing. But soon, people would learn not only was this more worrisome than they had realized, but also that it was less online than they realized. Now, things are going to get pretty heated later, so why don't we start with a little bit of levity and talk about the He Will Not Divide Us tour. On January 20th, 2017, Shia LaBeouf would begin doing a performance art installation called He Will Not Divide Us. Now, Shia had already become a prominent face on the internet from both various criticisms of his film roles to a very famous Rob Cantor song, to his various performance pieces prior. One of them you might be very familiar with. This one was slated to be the most ambitious due to its messaging. The idea would be that a wall that was right outside the Museum of Moving Images would be dedicated to the project with the words, "He will not divide us," be written on it. And right below would be a camera live streaming 24/7 for 4 years where people were encouraged to speak their mind regardless of their race, gender, political views, etc., as a way to show that the US would not become divided under Donald Trump's administration. However, 4chaners decided to troll the heck out of the project, showing up in droves to say memes and even having confrontations with Shia himself, eventually leading to the museum to pull support for the project. However, Shia would continue the stream in New Mexico, but this one will be cancelled over gunshots in the area. Seemingly unrelated, but safety concerns were reasonable. The stream would then be moved to an undisclosed location, this time of a flag with the eponymous phrase on it. But after a mere 38 hours, the users of 4chan found it and continued their crusade. However, after one guy had the idea of setting fire near the flag, the location was moved again, and most people tuned out of the drama at this point. While this did make a lot of people realize that there was an infiltration in the real world, it seemed like simply lighthearted fun. However, this was the creamy center of an otherwise terrible Hydrox, given events right before and right after. The first one, we're gonna have to rewind a little bit. I neglected to mention one major aspect of the DNC leaks, and that is the involvement of Anthony Weiner. Weiner was a former congressman from New York that was seen as a rising star within the Democratic Party, before it all came crashing down after it was revealed that he was sexting multiple women on his public Twitter account while married, leading to his resignation and his political career to be done. After a while, Anthony wanted to make a political comeback, so he made this big stink about how he was a changed man, and he was doing a lot of things to try and make it look like that he was in fact a changed man. However, it would be found out that he was continuing his little endeavors, but this time he got into more trouble as one of the people that he was talking to was only 15 years old at the time, and he would later end up having his devices investigated. Now, why the heck am I talking about this? Well, Weiner and his soon-to-be ex-wife, Huma Abedin, were close allies to Hillary Clinton, so when his assets were seized, they were able to find some of the elusive emails that were gone, so the investigation into her was reopened at the last minute. But a couple of people online posited the question, why would a soon-be-convicted sex offender be emailing Hillary Clinton? Wait, is this not because he and his wife were allies in the same state? And much like with the Seth Rich case, wanted to propose some hidden ulterior motive. Many people falsely claiming that the investigation had found out that Hillary and Weiner were part of a secret pedophilia ring that included many heads of the Democratic Party. And they seemingly got proof as the Podesta emails started coming out, as they include a lot of references to pizza. Okay, let me explain. Allegedly, in some dark corners of the internet, the term cheese pizza is a subtle way to reference, and one place that was brought up a lot was Comet Ping Pong Pizza, a pizzeria in DC, whose owner, coincidentally, once dated a Hillary Clinton ally, alleging that it was the center of a massive child trafficking ring, and that under the catacombs of the place, there were a bunch of children trapped and waiting to be saved at best, or sold at worst. Pretty outlandish stuff, but many alt-right figures like Mike Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, InfoWars host Alex Jones, and even the creator of Minecraft had fed the flames of the conspiracy dubbed Pizzagate, and made sure that all of their followers knew, many heading to Comet Ping Pong Pizza to investigate the place to see how legit it really was, usually coming back empty-handed, the biggest hole in the story being retold to them time and time again. There is no basement. But they didn't really care, and neither did their audiences, as harassment of Comet Ping Pong continued until December 4th, 2016, when one man in particular decided to take things to the most extreme when he walked into Comet Ping Pong with an AR-15 and tried to free the children since no one else will, to which this was shown again to be false. And hopefully with this theory being proven unequivocally false, we could finally move past this conspiracy theory bullshit. Huh? What the heck is this? It's probably nothing. Back to the essay. Many people saw this as the alt-right dwindling as support started to drop and people hopefully could see the truth behind all the lies. But things did not truly come to a head until August of 2017. After the Charleston church shooting there was renewed scrutiny over many southern states having government-owned iconography of the Confederacy, statues, schools, etc., and there were many efforts to remove them in order to move forward with the society. Many people on the right argued against this, claiming heritage or history or some other crap, and one of the ones that was slated to be removed was a statue in Virginia of Robert E. Lee, and two people were not having it. Local neo-Nazi Jason Kessler and the big man himself, Richard Spencer. So they began to organize a protest to oppose this, with another goal of uniting people of various right-wing views under one banner, dubbing this protest the Unite the Right Rally. Many figures and groups from various far-right elements attending the event, including but not limited to anti-government militias like the Three Percenters, white supremacist groups like the Traditionalist Workers' Party, and podcast hosts like Nick Fuentes. The protest was scheduled to be held at August 12th at McIntyre Park, which the city told them had to be done due to security concerns. But the night before, hundreds of people gathered at the University of Virginia and held an unsanctioned march where they began chanting, "Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!" A reference to two related conspiracy theories, the white genocide and great replacement theories, alleging that Jews were orchestrating mass immigration to the Western world in order to make whites non-existent. When the protest went on as scheduled the next day, the opposition was more prepared, counter-protesters making it known they were not going to let this slide, and it was an extremely stark contrast. While the Nazis were armed to the teeth and even threatening on message boards to burn down a local synagogue, which already sounds bad, but I should also remind you that the day this protest happened took place on the Shabbat, meaning that people were inside when they threatened to burn it down. While the right was doing that, the left were singing civil rights songs with clergymen, which made the public clashes that happened between them look very lopsided. Take this incident regarding DeAndre Harris. The amount of people clashing made Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe declare at 11 a.m. that Virginia was now in a state of emergency and declare that all protests at the time were unlawful, ending the rally before it even began, and forcing police to disperse the crowd. So I guess seeing this rally fall apart is what made people see the alt-right for what they are.
Badly hurt. Oh my God, badly hurt. Badly hurt. We need to
Right as the protesters were dispersing, a neo-Nazi drove his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, injuring 35 people and brutally murdering Heather Heyer. And this, right here, is what led people to realize that this was bad. A lot of people that once heralded themselves as leaders of the alt-right had now begun distancing themselves from it, dubbing themselves the alt-right, basically saying, we agree with everything the alt-right says, except for the Nazism part. Which is weird, considering the Nazism part is what they're saying, and most of this stemmed from the fact that a lot of normal people who went outside and did things outside of the internet finally being introduced to the alt-right through this incident, which led to mass confusion, as when the leaders and figures of this movement would start being scrutinized by the broader public, people were seeing that these guys had massive followings, being just so utterly confused on how users that espouse this explicitly far-right white supremacist rhetoric just become massively popular online. And the answer that they found out was very troubling. YouTube was promoting them. This section requires a little bit of an explanation on the YouTube algorithm, so bear with me. When you watch, like, or subscribe to something on YouTube, The website's algorithm learns what you like, and in order to prevent you from getting bored and leaving the website, which is something that they do not want, they will instead recommend you more content of the things that you like in order to make sure that you stay on the site as long as possible, leading to the creation of something called the YouTube rabbit hole, where for one reason or another, people will watch videos in the recommendeds and end up in the weird part of YouTube due to this. There are many things that can help tie the recommendations: collaborations, tagging, demographics of the viewer, covering topical subjects, etc., all of which the alt-right had done successfully, which meant that they were getting recommended to a wider net of users, thus pulling in larger audiences. Here is a common example of how things would go. Let's say you're watching a video about PewDiePie playing a video game. Then you might get recommended a video of Chris Ray Gun talking about SJWs, crapping on that game. Then you might get recommended an interview that Chris Ray Gun did on the Rubin Report. Then you might get recommended the Rubin Report's interview with Milo Yiannopoulos, where he says that black people are not oppressed. Then you might get recommended a Paul Joseph Watson video talking about multiculturalism destroying the West. Then you'll get recommended a Stefan Molyneux video talking about race and IQ. Notice how not only does it obviously push you to an extremely right-wing message, but also it eases you into it. And what was worse is, they were getting paid by YouTube via their partner program placing ads on their content, which mainstream media was quick to report on, and since a majority of people did not know how the ad system works, the companies were blamed for advertising on Nazi videos. The companies buying ads responded swiftly by denouncing the type of content that was advertised, but also made the stunning decision to pull all ads off of YouTube, which would of course lead to a huge drop of revenue going to YouTube, with the speculation that advertisers might pull from the entire programmatic platform. So if YouTube did not do something, then the site might lose all of its money. Oh yeah, and the whole breeding a new generation of fascism thing like we've never seen before was also an issue, but who gives a crap about that as long as YouTube is still making money. And YouTube had a very interesting idea to counteract this. Replace one form of radicalization with another. The rise of Trump and Bernie in the 2016 election had forever changed the US political scene. We saw how Trump changed the political right, opening the doors to borderline neo-Nazis to become prominent again, but the left would also be changed. Thanks to Bernie, socialism was now no longer the political death sentence as it used to be. In fact, people saw it as a little bit of an asset, as a Gallup poll showed that 51% of the 18 to 29 demographic preferred socialism over capitalism. While not that notable on its own, when you look at that alongside polls of issues that socialists like Bernie were advocating for, you saw a lot more interesting numbers, most notable being that Bernie's signature policy, Medicare for All, had a whopping 70.1% of support, including 51.9% of Republicans. So it was reasonable to assume that Bernie and his allies would try to make sure that this momentum did not go away, starting many political organizations to push left-wing ideas. Our Revolution, People for Bernie, Justice Democrats, Brand New Congress, Movement for a People's Party, and pushing for membership to rise in existing ones like the Working Families Party, the Communist Party, and most prominently, Democratic Socialists of America. But one quote-unquote organization founded thanks to the rise of the far right would become known as the Anti-Fascist Action, better known as Antifa. Modeled after the short-lived paramilitary wing of the German Communist Party, this Antifa was a decentralized group of activists who were not the same kind of leftists that the modern day was used to. Rather than being like the peaceful hippy-dippy type that would get mowed down by the pigs, Antifa wore masks and hoodies so they could not be identified, came with bats and bike locks, ready to fight off whoever they needed to. Basically, they were the closest thing to a revolutionary leftist group in the US, ignoring all the other ones. And one of the main reasons why people felt the need for this was rising far-right rhetoric that was being systemically approved by the YouTube algorithm with no issue. Well, until the money stopped rolling in. Now it's a problem. The first attempt to fix this was by simply taking ads off of the explicitly far-right stuff. The ones that you couldn't mistake for normal conservatives, considering those were still the huge moneymakers. But in order to mitigate some of the ones slipping through the cracks, they would start removing ads from political content outside of the mainstream media, which didn't really work either. So YouTube moved on to Plan B, where they would shift the YouTube algorithm to start promoting channels that could help counteract the alt-right. Naturally meaning they began promoting left-of-center creators to push back against the alt-right in an effort to de-radicalize them. However, much like when the algorithm promoted Nazis thinking that they were just conservatives, the algorithm would promote what they thought were just normie liberals, but instead were promoting a lot more radical content than they thought. Ranging from people who were barely left of center to people who were so far left, they were basically falling off the spectrum. And much like how previous genres of YouTube had terms to associate with them, there needed to be a term to associate with the rise of left-wing creators, with the term given to them being BreadTube, a reference to the anarcho-communist book The Conquest of Bread by Peter Kropotkin, which, similarly to the genres prior, would lead to old creators within this genre to be re-promoted, but also some newer faces. And we even got the rise of factionalization, at first just with the type of content that they did. Many of the older ones, like Secular Talk and TYT, were simply news punditry, while there were others like Innuendo Studios and Sean who would directly respond to the alt-right through their videos. There were also some people in BreadTube who wanted to talk about stupid things like third-party history. What a moron. But while there were many people here, some got more prominent than others. And for BreadTube, there were 7 people who rose above the rest, each producing various different types of content, 4 of which being video essayists, 3 of them being streamers. On the video essay side, we have Lindsay Ellis, a creator who had been posting videos online since 2008, working with Channel Awesome under the moniker ᵃⁿᶠᶦᶦᵃvélélé̲. However, Ellis had been slowly inching away from that style of video making for a long period of time. Not helped by the fact that many of the people who were using that site were not necessarily that keen on Ellis, openly talking about things like GamerGate and her abortion, ultimately choosing to leave the website and abandoning the moniker with it, becoming a fully independent creator. Next we have Harris Michael Brewis, also known as H-Bomber-Guy, who was known for using his video essays to analyze a larger political topic such as climate change and anti-feminism. Next was Abigail Thorne, also known as PhilosophyTube, a YouTuber who, as the username suggests, would mostly talk about philosophy. And last for this side of the aisle, Natalie Wynn, better known as ContraPoints, a prominent video essayist that tackled a wide variety of topics in very extravagant ways. On the streaming side of things, we had creators like Hassan Piker, better known as Hasanabi, nephew of TYT's Cenk Uygur, who had transitioned out from progressive liberal punditry to socialist streaming, becoming not only the largest political streamer, but also one of the largest streamers, period. One person who will very much hate when I use this term to describe them is Steve Bonnell II, better known as Destiny, a gaming streamer who transitioned to political debates in 2016, who you may remember for being the one person who challenged JonTron in that infamous debate. Destiny was different from the rest of them, as he was more of the center in the term left of center, even challenging most BreadTubes to debates on their issues, much like he did with the alt-right. And even though a lot of BreadTube probably doesn't like it, he is very influential in the upbringing of the genre. And the last person is one who wasn't necessarily part of the initial wave of BreadTube, but realistically, I don't think we can really talk about politics online without going into one of the most prominent users on BreadTube, a man by the name of Ian Kaczynski, better known as Vosh. Vosh had originally gone by the moniker Irish Laddie and had frequently been invited by Destiny on his show to talk, which led to him to essentially copy Destiny's style, but with a more explicit libertarian socialist bend, playing games, debating the far right, and sometimes both. And much like Destiny, his style proves to be controversial, especially considering some of the arguments and how he worded it, being intentionally edgy in order to get people who would be on the far right to see that lefties were not the special snowflakes that they seemed to be. But the way it was worded would lead to some controversy, Take this clip of him talking about Israel.
There's like 4 other countries which want to destroy Israel.
All very
Palestine's
validly.
on the
Israel is a massive fucking economic and political threat to the countries in that area. You realize that all the nations in the Middle East have every reason to fucking hate Israel, right? Like, you realize the Middle East would be calmer if they succeeded and obliterated Israel, if they nuked it and wiped it off the map. That would lead to a more peaceful Middle East than one that exists right now.
Or this one where he went on a Nazi show.
You realize there were N-words in the SS,
Dude,
right?
you can just say niggers.
Or his most infamous example.
In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
The actual point that he's trying to make is completely overshadowed by the way he makes the point, which, while might be a good way to get eyes on your content, isn't necessarily the best on keeping a good reputation. As I briefly got into, BreadTube had one major difference from it and one of its fathers, the skeptic community, was that while the skeptic community was entirely focused on bashing the enemies, i.e. the SJWs, BreadTube focused on bashing their enemies, but also each other, for various reasons, ranging from over-reliance on drama, to arguments that it was turning actual important politics into entertainment, arguments that platforming Nazis to dunk on them was a bad idea, to criticism that it was overly dominated by white guys, critiques that remain to this very day. Regardless, BreadTube had continued what Bernie had started, pushing the dialogue on political issues, with online pundits espousing views ranging from democratic socialism to full-blown Maoism becoming somewhat prominent online. If only there was a way that this momentum could translate into further political action.
Here's the candidate. I think she's walking in right now. Well, I'm gonna grab her. She's right here. I can't let you know. She's looking at herself on television right now. How are you feeling? Can you put it into words? Nope.
Meet Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a bartender from the Bronx who was similarly inspired by Bernie to become a socialist, joining his campaign in 2016. After he withdrew, she had decided to take a trip around the US to see some of the places that were hurting the most. The two of note were Flint, Michigan, who was experiencing a lead water crisis due to governmental negligence, and the Standing Rock Indian Reservation, who were protesting an oil pipeline that would have ruined their water supply. The latter trip inspiring AOC as she saw how people in the most downtrodden areas were fighting against the powers that be. When she got home, she discovered that she had gotten a call from a representative of the organization Brand New Congress, who told her that her brother floated her name as a potential political candidate, and they asked her if she was interested in running. She said yes, but there was a problem. Her opponent would be the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Joseph Crowley, the 4th place to lead the Democrats, meaning that AOC would be outspent and would probably have to work without much support from larger groups and figures. Heck, the Working Families Party, a smaller progressive party in New York that backed Bernie the last cycle, had decided to give their ballot line to Crowley preemptively, assuming that he would win. But AOC was not deterred. In fact, it seemed to make her more interested in running, as Crowley had not faced a primary bid since 2004, both in a different district and winning by a large margin. AOC mostly focused her campaign towards the grassroots, canvassing her candidacy in between her shifts at the bar. And since most mainstream outlets did not let her on, she would have to rely on online pundits like Cenk and Jimmy Dore to spread her message. I'm sure absolutely nothing is going to go wrong with this. However, it seemed that things were not looking good, as was expected. She was outspent 18-1, and there were troubles within her own coalition. One of the groups supporting her was Justice Democrats, founded by Cenk Uygur, who had to leave after controversial comments he made in the past came up. Justice Democrats was also backing a couple of incumbents, one of which was a congressman by the name of Ro Khanna, who had decided to back Joe Crowley over her. However, backlash from the online left caused him to endorse both of them. As the day kept inching closer and closer, many remained optimistic, but realistic, sensing that AOC probably wasn't going to win anytime soon.
Us in now on campaign 2018 and the New York primary results. On the Democratic side, a huge upset for longtime Congressman Joseph Crowley of Queens and the Bronx. He's been defeated by 28-year-old Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the 14th district. Crowley. In a massive upset, AOC was on her way to become the next congressperson from New York District 14. How did AOC win? That didn't matter. What people saw was an openly socialist Latina beat the number 4 Democrat in the House. And the online left, nay, the entire internet, went ballistic. The word socialism search record spiked to 1,500%, and now, all of a sudden, she was appearing on all the major news shows. AOC would in turn try to channel this energy back into activism, endorsing and actively campaigning for like-minded candidates across the US to make sure their message would spread. A thing that she can do because she was in a D29 seat with a Republican that wasn't even campaigning. 3 of her congressional endorsements would end up winning as well: Ilhan Omar in Minnesota, Rashida Tlaib in Michigan, and Ayanna Pressley in Massachusetts. But for various reasons, these 3 would not really compare to AOC. All 4 of them banding together to create a small congressional bloc known as the Squad, and they came in seeking to be the voices for a new progressive movement in the United States. One of the first things AOC doing upon taking office was leading a protest in Nancy Pelosi's office demanding action on climate change, and she became the new bane of the right wing for completely minuscule crap. Like, there was this random Twitter account called AnonymousQ1776 who made a big deal about AOC doing a stupid dance in college. And AOC's win was a little bit more than that, as it coincided with a larger blue wave as a backlash to Trump, which many people hoped would coincide with a blue wave come the next presidential election, with a new parameter on choosing candidates officially being set.
YangGang 2020. YangGang 2020. YangGang 2020. YangGang.
The 2016 presidential election had opened people's eyes to the potential the internet had in political campaigns, and the subsequent 2018 midterms had only solidified that notion, with the Democrats in particular realizing they needed to push harder for an online presence to guarantee that the now fully maturing Generation Z would vote for them in droves, as they learned the hard way that they could not take certain electoral bases for granted, especially when they had the most to gain in this race. The Democrats even changed their rules to reflect on how much grassroots support you needed to be considered a big enough candidate, as in order to gain a spot in the upcoming presidential debates, you would need to get 65,000 individual donors, as well as 1% in 3 national polls, with many of the Democratic presidential candidates realizing that they had to be a lot more like Bernie and AOC in order to appeal to young people. But how they tried to emulate these two was a little bit of a different story. Take this very cringy example at the time. Freshman Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez frequently used her social media pages to directly interact with voters. The one she ended up getting the most notoriety for was her frequent live streams on Instagram. And in one of them, when she was discussing policies with a voter, she briefly excused herself to grab a beer. While that's really nothing particularly special, the fact that it wasn't anything particularly special was interesting. It showed just how much she was a normal person who became a member of Congress. But then one of the people who ran for the Democratic nomination, Elizabeth Warren, decided to copy AOC beat for beat. And she was relentlessly mocked for this because of how obviously staged it was and how out of character this seemed for Elizabeth Warren. AOC even directly responding to this. But there was one thing that Bernie Sanders had in the previous cycle that everybody wanted to copy. And it was the thing that many of them had claimed was toxic about the last election cycle. The Bernie Bros. They want an incredibly tight-knit group of supporters that will do everything they can to please you. Get into flame wars on your behalf, make memes to spread your political message, among other things. Oh, of course Bernie Sanders still had this going strong. Roast Twitter wasn't necessarily dying anytime soon. And if you know anything about me, you know that I probably would be one of the first people to talk about how Bernie Sanders still had a very strong online presence in the 2020 election. Due to the extensiveness of the last section he was in, I think it's best that we move on to people who tried their best to emulate Bernie Sanders. And while every single Democrat tried, and there are a lot of political emojis that show that's the case, in reality, there were only 4 candidates that were even close to reaching the online presence that Bernie Sanders had. And I guess let's use this time to ignore one old person and talk about another. Mike Gravel. That's right, 11 years after his last bid, Gravel was back. This campaign was vastly different from the last one, mostly due to Gravel's involvement. The story goes that a high school senior named David Oakes and a college freshman named Henry Williams were fans of the online podcast Chapo Trap House, and in episode 296, the hosts went on a tangent about Mike Gravel's 2008 presidential bid. The two were so excited that they would end up calling Gravel and urging him to run for president with the same energy he had back then. The problem was that Gravel was now 89 years old and in no condition to run a nationwide campaign. Oakes and Williams then told Gravel that they had a way to do this without him needing to travel at all. If he gave them access to his Twitter account, they would essentially run his campaign entirely online. He would not have to do a thing outside of the occasional interview, and if they managed to get enough donors, go to the debate to do what he did back then. What the Gravel teens ended up doing was basically running as a harsher Bernie Sanders, one that did not have to say stuff like, "my friend Joe Biden," and putting out policies that sometimes looked like they were to the left of Bernie, both of course making the online left enthused. However, in their enthusiasm, they didn't seem to notice many glaring issues. It seemed that Gravel literally had no input on his own campaign, and the teens were controlling it almost universally. The biggest way to see this was the whole point of the campaign was to get Gravel to bring what he brought in 2008. And if you've been paying attention, you might already notice the problem. How can he do that when they took away his only means of communicating with his voting base? I mean, I guarantee you a lot of people who are watching this video were there and saw the funny memes and things that he was posted. Gravel had no input on any of those things. That was purely the design of the Gravel teens. One example of which came from the fact that Gravel's Twitter account responded to a prominent socialist account to not only subtly agree with the ideas of socialism, while Gravel himself had never been a socialist at all, his idea of the National Initiative for Democracy, which was the cornerstone of his 2008 presidential campaign, was completely absent from his 2020 bid. And some of his more interesting positions and associations would question the narrative that many people were building around Gravel, with Gravel having associations with a racist, sexist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic political cult known as the Rushites, all of which to spread 9/11 trutherism, as well as the fact that Mike Gravel had an alliance with a Klansman turned Senator, Robert Byrd, at the same time while people were criticizing Joe Biden for his association with Robert Byrd. Gravel was somewhat popular, but he was mostly an afterthought, as most people knew his campaign would go nowhere, and mainstream media responded by not putting him in the presidential polls, so he dropped out of the race really early on. To give complete whiplash politically, we have Senator from California, Kamala Harris, who ended up getting a little bit of a notable online presence thanks to something called the K-Hive, usually denoted by a yellow heart, as that was a color frequently used by Kamala during the campaign. And despite the fact that there are a lot of people who would like to diminish the K-Hive for a plethora of reasons, the K-Hive was nothing to sneeze at. As of July 2019, 38,000 Twitter accounts were using the hashtag K-Hive to denote their support for Kamala. However, while these online fan bases are usually denoted by the people they support, the K-Hive actually seemed more noticeable due to the people that they hated, basically defining themselves by its relationship with the so-called Bernie Bros, or Rose Twitter, painting themselves as the complete antithesis of them, using the same type of rhetoric that was used to bash them back in 2016. However, in a very sick twist of irony, the K-Hive seemingly became the thing that they wanted to stop, taking all the things that they claimed they hated from the Bernie Bros, and then turning it up to 11, engaging in many forms of harassment campaigns of their own. Some notable examples include claiming that black people who did not support Kamala were house slaves, saying to an Elizabeth Warren supporter who happened to be gay, Warren gays should be chemically castrated, and said to a Jewish high school graduate who backed Bernie, I hope you are raped in a gas chamber by MAGA Nazis. One of the most infamous people in the K-Hive being a woman by the name of Bianca Della Rosa, who is credited as the creator of the term K-Hive, Bianca being involved in not one, but 2 doxing attempts. One against a Elizabeth Warren supporter named Alex Lawson, who Bianca accused of being a white supremacist, and the other being a Navy veteran named Erica, who K-Hive supporters tried to get fired and take her son away while tweeting out an old address of hers. Bianca also tweeted out that people who disagreed with her should be murdered, and the mainstream media's response to this one was claiming that this doesn't matter, this is only a fraction of her support, and Kamala denounces it wholeheartedly and doesn't condone it at all, and anybody who claims that these people represent the K-Hive are bad. Which is very odd, considering when people made these exact same claims to Bernie Sanders supporters in the last election, they had the complete opposite interpretation. But I'm sure this has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that a lot of the OG K-Hive were literally MSNBC hosts. Next is the oddest one of the bunch, representative from Hawaii at the time, Tulsi Gabbard. Gabbard, up to this point, was a very interesting figure already. She was the daughter of a conservative Catholic activist who influenced her politically. She was first elected as a pretty conservative Democrat in 2002, left to join the military in 2004, re-entered politics as a mainstream Democrat in 2011, quickly became a rising star within the party, getting to become DNC vice chair in 2013, before throwing it all away to endorse Bernie Sanders and call out the treatment against him in 2016. Tulsi Gabbard was not only one of the earliest people to enter the race, but was also one of the last people to leave the race, all while polling no higher than 5%. So you might think she was just a footnote, but if you went online, you could see that there was something up. Tulsi had this weird relationship with a subsection of the indie media left-tube sphere. Usually people who were not as well known as other people, but still somewhat prominent, usually backing her out of some sort of misgivings with Bernie and wanting to be contrarian while backing someone else. We saw many people of this ilk get prominence. Nico House, Fiorella Isabel, Primo Nutmeg, Kim Iverson, Michael Tracy, among others. But the one person who became the face of this group was a podcaster by the name of Jimmy Dore, former host at the Young Turks before breaking away due to disagreements over what to do in the general election. Most of them choosing to back Hillary. Meanwhile, Dore felt that it was time to ditch the Democratic Party. And to many of these people, Tulsi Gabbard seemed to be a much more attractive candidate than Bernie, in some cases in the most literal sense. And she became the section of a faction of the online left that a lot of people negatively refer to as the dum-dum left. Yeah, I fully acknowledge that that name wasn't really that creative at the time. One thing that made this section really weird was the fact that they kept insisting that Tulsi Gabbard was further to the left and/or was better than Bernie Sanders based on a lack of understanding of politics, claiming that politics wasn't a left-right political spectrum, but an establishment versus populist issue, and that we need to work across the aisle with the populist right, but usually cannot define what that means. People who are more open to conspiracy theories, particularly regarding US foreign policy, with the biggest contrast between the two seemingly being Julian Assange, claiming that since Tulsi Gabbard mentioned Assange by name on the campaign trail, that meant that she was more good on the issue than Bernie, ignoring the fact that on substance, Bernie's policies were basically the same as Tulsi's in a lot of regards. Even this one, the only difference was the fact that Bernie didn't say Assange's name. And another thing that made people really think that Tulsi Gabbard was a better choice was the fact that she got into many public clashes with the DNC, especially Hillary Clinton, who went so far as to claim that Russia was grooming Tulsi Gabbard to run as a third-party candidate in the general election, alongside many other criticisms regarding her foreign policy, not only due to the substance of what she's talking about, but also due to the fact that she had these very strange relationships with many autocratic leaders around the world, including but not limited to Bashar al-Assad and Narendra Modi, with their clashes with DNC and Hillary, making it so that people on the right were actually very receptive of her campaign.
Once again, there are too many of you, so we're going to have to eliminate everyone who's doing poorly in the polls, or who is performing well in the polls, but threatens our party's status quo. Bye, Tulsi.
What? Tulsi Gabbard is by far the very, very best.
Tulsi Gabbard, I'm going to Tulsi. I want Tulsi to be my president.
Tulsi Gabbard for president, finally a candidate who will put America first rather than Israel first.
But in a thing that perfectly exemplifies the internet, none of these people were able to get really close to the momentum that Bernie Sanders had online. They had very notable fan bases, don't get me wrong. But if you want to name someone who actually could match Bernie's momentum, then look no further than Andrew Yang, a businessman who served as presidential ambassador for global entrepreneurship under Obama. Yang had filed with the FEC to run for president on November 6 of 2017. If you think this is early, there was a different candidate who actually entered the race in July of that year. The primary focus of Andrew Yang's presidential bid was actually quite similar to Bernie. He wanted to introduce an issue that nobody had talked about enough into the mainstream of the US. Yang's issue of choice was a universal basic income, a program where people in a particular area are given a certain amount of money in order to ease financial burden. Yang particularly saw the rise of artificial intelligence and automation as reasons why a universal basic income was needed. Yang's version was known as the Freedom Dividend, which would be $1,000 a month. Yang, of course, was a long shot, but he was not going to rest until his issue became mainstream, even writing a book during the 2018 midterms called The War on Normal People, Raising the Issue. And to show how serious he was about this issue, he would actually put his money where his mouth was, deciding to personally go to a random person in New Hampshire and give them $1,000 a month of his own money to essentially start a pilot program, which would eventually earn the attention of somebody very important.
Hello, freak bitches.
Joseph James Rogan, stand-up comic, UFC commentator, and former host of the show Fear Factor, started a podcast called The Joe Rogan Experience in 2009. JRE would quickly wind up becoming the most popular podcast in the United States, partially helped by Rogan's amorphous political views. The closest descriptors would be libertarian or populist, aided by the fact that Rogan basically just invited whoever the heck he wanted to bring on, especially in the politics field, ranging from TJ Kirk, Milo Yiannopoulos, Cenk Uygur, Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. But in this case, Andrew Yang. Now, you do not need me to tell you that having an hour to say your spiel on the most popular podcast in the world is a good thing for Yang. And all of a sudden, Yang became immensely popular, making appearances on many other shows like Ben Shapiro, The Rubin Report, Breakfast Club, Tucker Carlson, among others, which in turn helped made Yang spread his message further, giving birth to the so-called YangGang, even among some very strange figures, which we'll get into in a bit. But first, I need to make one thing clear. I keep making comparisons to Andrew Yang and Bernie Sanders, but do not think that they were one-to-one. While he acknowledged some similarities, Yang had made a very big choice to distinguish himself from Bernie, not only due to him advocating for something called human-centered capitalism, but also through one of his campaign slogans, "Not left, not right, forward," which helped him form an electoral base not only unique from Bernie, but also rather unique from the entire Democratic field, and in some cases, in the worst way. You see, as Yang was making the rounds online, he began to get a wider audience. One place where Yang started to get popular was among what remained of the alt-right, memes across 4chan and the Daily Stormer talking about how a lot of former Trump fans were now going to Andrew Yang. Now, on a first glance, you might think that's very odd, but let me explain it in a way that makes it make sense. White supremacists love Asian countries and Asian people, especially if it's Japan.
Yang is Taiwanese, not Japanese, but my point is a lot of white supremacists are obsessed with Japan in particular.
Reasons ranging from the model minority myth to seeing a lot of East Asian countries as proof that monolithic ethnostates work. But another reason that they shifted from Trump to Yang was because many of the alt-right Trump supporters viewed him as a sort of traitor to their cause by both not building the wall and also selling out to Israel, claiming that Andrew Yang was going to take away money that was supposed to be given to Israel and then shift it to the freedom dividend. Meanwhile, Andrew Yang was really no different than most other Washington politicians in regards to the Israel-Palestine issue. In fact, he made that abundantly clear when it was perceived that he was different in the Israel-Palestine cause. Now, while Yang, of course, denounced the support from many of the alt-right figures, he, of course, made a note to explain to people that if he can get these people to come across the aisle and back Democrats and Democratic policies, maybe that's the exact reason why he should be the Democratic nominee. But he was still very much a bit of an outsider, so there was a lot of hesitancy, especially when the question would arise of how long is he going to stay in the race? Yang wasn't as big of a name as many other people running, so if he didn't make it into the first couple of debates, or if he skipped out on any of the debates, then his campaign was basically kaput. Luckily, the threshold to make the first debate was so low that 20 of the 24 people who were running managed to qualify, and they had to divide it into 2 debates. Yang lucked out, as he was slated to be on the exact same stage as Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. That must mean things were great for him, right? Right? While yes, his profile did raise a bit thanks to his appearance, it really had nothing to do with how he did. For starters, he talked the least of all the candidates. Not just on his night, but of all 20 of them. It might make some sense on a first glance. It's natural for the top tier candidates to get more time than other candidates. This is nothing new. Plus, with all the candidates barging in and interrupting each other, it kind of makes sense that Andrew Yang... Wait, hold up, go back, rewind that for a second. Andrew Yang was 100% talking during that section. Why the heck couldn't we hear him? Candidates have been interjecting and interrupting each other throughout the entire night. Why is Yang just not allowed to talk? Did they freaking cut his mic? Well, 2 other candidates also complained about their mics allegedly being cut, and they were very much near his level, so it's very likely. Yeah, the station claimed that they weren't, but I think we know at this point they play favorites and squash smaller candidates, so it is very much in line with what they would do. This prompted a large online backlash via the hashtag #LetYangSpeak, and YangGangers were more invigorated to keep him in the running. Now, the rules for the Democratic debates would be as the race went on, the threshold would go up in order to weed out the candidates that weren't going anywhere. First 2 debates, you needed 1% in 3 polls and /or 65,000 donors. Debates 3 and 4, you need 2% in 4 polls and /or 130,000 donors. Then they added that you needed both nationwide and early state polls. And as the threshold grew, a lot of contenders started dropping like flies. You'd think that Yang would be among them. But no. Every time that a debate was going to happen, Yang was there. Even if he didn't get to do much. In debate 5, Andrew Yang didn't get a word in until the 32-minute mark. This time, Yang was not playing around and had decided to boycott MSNBC for his treatment in the debate. Despite this, Yang seemed optimistic of his bid, and it looked like he would eventually be regarded as one of the true top 5 candidates. Unfortunately, This is where the first real snag of Yang's bid came, as a last-minute entry by former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg had somehow happened. Naturally, this seemed like a terrible time to enter the race, but Bloomberg had money, and lots of it, and he spared no expense to get on the level that Yang spent almost 3 years building in just 3 months. And he was not subtle about it either, spending millions of dollars on various forms of advertising. One of the strangest ones being that he would buy off social media influencers to make them post memes of him openly buying off social media influencers. Why do I bring this up? Well, as soon as Michael Bloomberg officially entered, all of a sudden, all the media attention moved directly to him, which didn't matter much for many of the candidates running. But unless you were on the level of, say, Bernie or Biden, you were probably going to get affected by this sudden change. Which, of course, meant that Andrew Yang faced the brunt of basically everything, particularly in regards to polling, which became a very pressing issue in the later debates, with Yang now being left off a lot of polls to make room for Bloomberg, despite the fact that you can clearly have a poll with both of them, which Yang felt the simple solution would be to hold more polls, which the DNC said no to, leading to Yang to officially not qualify for the 7th presidential debate. And this is when the YangGang started disbanding, as he was now fading into irrelevancy. While he did manage to come back for debate 8, it was over, as Yang did not do so hot in Iowa and New Hampshire, and he would ultimately suspend his bid entirely. Coincidentally, after Andrew Yang left, the donor threshold, who, need I remind you, was one of the prime changes that the DNC made to show that they were changing how they were going to view the elections, was completely removed from making it into the debates. Which, in my view, showed that his campaign was really fueled by the behind-the-keyboard YangGangers, and that is when the campaign shifted. While candidates were making their final exit, something was making its grand entry. An entry that would forever change the U.S.
Imagine there's no heaven, easy if you try.
No hell below us, above us.
December of 2019, a group of people in the Chinese city of Wuhan began experiencing symptoms of an atypical pneumonia-like illness that didn't respond to any treatment that would normally be used to remedy it. And on the 1st of January of 2020, the Wuhan seafood wholesale market
would be closed down.
As not only was the disease spreading very heavily within this area, it was discovered that the disease in question was related to severe acute respiratory syndrome, aka SARS, which had had an outbreak back in 2002 to 2004. However, this was not the same strain as before, and was in fact a brand new one, that while close, still had varying differences. While the disease in the last one was just shorthanded to SARS, in order to differentiate the two, this one would be referred to as Coronavirus Disease 2019, or COVID-19, or simply COVID. Very early on, this was mostly a footnote in the news, as most just ignored it and went amongst their lives, while the Chinese government was working to make sure that this disease remained under wraps. Unbeknownst to most, people had already started spreading the disease before its full effects were starting to become known. By the time information had come out about the disease's symptoms, 5 American states had already reported people with COVID-19, and the World Health Organization and the Center for Disease Control had been advising the US government to take action to prevent things from getting bad here. But unfortunately, things did not fully start rolling out until February 2nd, when Trump reluctantly restricted travel to China, while allowing travel from some of their provinces, like Hong Kong, all the while saying that the virus was not a big deal. Now, there have of course been worries in the past about virus outbreaks, a recent one being Ebola in 2014, and even though there was not much to worry about then, the Obama administration got into action and formed the Pandemic Response Team to properly handle things should we need them. However, in May of 2018, Trump had decided to shut down the Pandemic Response Team, fearing that it was a waste of money, again, while continuing to downplay the effects of the virus. Privately, he was more concerned, but the image he was projecting was not one that allowed him to admit defeat. Another issue arose when the people who were experts were not also particularly honest, such as the case of them claiming that people should not wear masks when needing to go out, despite the fact that this is a very obvious thing to prevent the spread of a respiratory disease, which they would later renege on, saying that any form of face covering would be fine. The reason being that officials were concerned that there would not be enough commercial surgical masks available to the public, and that people who really needed the masks, i.e. people in the medical field or people who are immunocompromised, should get the safe and effective masks first. While at this point we understand that they should have just led with this, we all understand that there was a little bit of an issue with certain shortages during the pandemic. By the time that Trump had started to take steps to stop the virus from entering the US, it was way too late, and we had to stop it from spreading within our own borders. The best course of action would be a nationwide stay-at-home order and a mask mandate to stop the spread, which, while not a formal order, Trump did publish guidelines asking people to stay inside for 15 days in order to stop the spread of COVID. Then 15 days turned into a month. Then 2 months. Then 3. Then 4. To the point where a lot of the population had spent the entire year of 2020 inside, left in the dark, not knowing who to trust, while the world seemingly burns down. Thankfully, there were some ways to keep people somewhat sane, from using social media to keep people communicating, to using streaming services to keep up to date on their favorite shows, to using other video sharing sites like YouTube and the budding TikTok as a way to either distract themselves or keep themselves posted on information. However, as we have seen up to this point, when people are lost and don't know where to go, they will gravitate towards anybody who has an answer. And believe me, a lot of people thought they did, and there were a lot of people who had some answers regarding a lot of things, many of which were related to this new disease. One of the earliest known conspiracies about COVID were in regards to its origin, ranging from it not existing at all, to it being a creation of the Chinese government with the intention of it being biological warfare or population control. Another common early conspiracy revolved around the drug ivermectin. Very early in the COVID pandemic, some scientists suggested that the drug ivermectin could be beneficial in helping combat single-strand RNA viruses, but that further research needed to be conducted in the matter. However, with no actual medicine for the virus at the time, many people would see this pop up in their feeds and then immediately rush to get ivermectin. However, there was a problem. Ivermectin, for humans, is a prescription drug, which many people did not want to wait to receive. However, there was one way to get it without a prescription, as it is also used as a horse dewormer, leading to an influx of people rushing to buy the version not safe for human consumption. And when all the prominent health organizations told people to not do that, many people saw it as a vindication because they didn't want you to take it. Who is they? Well, that leads into probably the biggest theory in regards to COVID, that this was all planned by the elite in order to push for the New World Order. This one getting harped on by the World Economic Forum, pushing for something called the Great Reset in order to get the world economy back on track after COVID had hurt it a lot. Many people claiming that this must have been a neoliberal plan all along, and that now the WEF is going to use this Great Reset to control the worldwide economy, that the vaccines will have microchips to control the population, and/or would kill the people who took it to stop overpopulation, which would be very weird if the government wants to kill the people who are quote-unquote obedient and leave the people who are not obedient alive. And also, very interesting thing that none of these people point out, the government and the elite do not need to do any of this stuff to control the population, because they already do. Now, conspiracies like this are nothing new. Vaccine hesitancy is sadly very common, and there have been many people blamed on creating a new world order. But as we saw, there was a rise in radical politics that makes people susceptible to conspiracies. But also, the governments around the world had now forced a lot of the population to become socially isolated for God knows how long, which led to these theories to spread further than they ever could have before, even among realms that you would think are not privy to these theories. Now, if you've already done your research into these conspiracy theories or have read anything about them in the news, then there's a good chance that you might have been questioning the fact that I've neglected to use the term right-wing to describe them. The reason being is that not all of the people who spread these theories were quote-unquote right-wing, as there are many who did spread this stuff that come from the supposed left. Most if not all of them coming from movements regarded as fringe even within BreadTube, most commonly people who were allied with the likes of Tulsi Gabbard. Things did not truly become noticeable until the big man himself had started to make the shift.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the south side of Chicago, Jimmy Dore!
As the 2020 COVID pandemic began, Dore, like many others, had begun shifting his content to focus on it. Dore was doing good view count-wise, but it wasn't until this one when his COVID videos had a huge spike in views, and it was one that was critical of the Democrats. Now, Dore had been critical of Democrats before, but he usually made some form of exception for certain Democrats. But from this point onward, his content shifted a bit in focus. Now he was very much lumping these guys into the negativeness in regards to US COVID policy, claiming that the people that he helped build up were in fact frauds to their cause, while also giving praise to Republicans in regards to their stance on COVID, which then spiraled into videos about Fauci, and surprisingly, the ones that at least whispered some doubts in regards to COVID did really well, so Jimmy would make more. Any video he made that was not related to COVID did bad, so he made them less and less. Same with any video that wasn't critical of Democrats, to the point where his channel is basically indistinguishable from the right wing, mimicking the Skeptics' rightward shift of yesteryear while using the exact same excuse that they did. I support X, Y, and Z, therefore I cannot be right-wing, and we've already shown how bad those arguments are. And unbeknownst to many of these people, they were also helping spread another conspiracy, one that none of them will say they did. The reason being that this conspiracy somehow went far beyond anything anybody could have possibly imagined. To truly understand, we will have to go all the way back to October 5th of 2017. Trump was holding a meeting with some top military generals, during which he said,
"You guys know what this represents? Well, it's the calm before the storm. What's the storming? Could be the calm before the storm."
And while this was more than likely just Trump speak, some people in his base were very interested to see what he meant. Then on October 28th, 2017, a user on the site 4chan, identifying themselves as ᵘⁿᶠᶦᶦᵃ, posted a thread similarly titled "Calm Before the Storm," which made the claim that the storm in question was Hillary Clinton's arrest and that further criminal rogue elements were going to be purged, that Trump would not take media interviews while this happened because the media was influenced via Operation Mockingbird, and that people should keep an eye on Huma Abedin. Posts regarding this supposed ᵘⁿᶠᶦᶦᵃ would continue throughout the year, becoming somewhat prominent in November. The posts, or dumps as followers of this Q referred it, moved from 4chan to 8chan out of fear that the former was becoming infiltrated by them. This individual, and the theory itself, being referred to as QAnon. Now, those unfamiliar with QAnon, you might be asking, what is the theory? I held off from it for a bit because Q had prided itself on intentionally being vague during its posts, probably as a form of dog whistling, letting others fill in the blanks, allowing the conspiracy to become a big tent conspiracy theory, which we will get into in a bit. But also, because I've technically already covered the theory with Pizzagate, but QAnon wanted to go a bit more beyond that, with the theory stating that Hillary Clinton, the Democrats, celebrities, and other members of a supposed deep state were running a satanic cabal that trafficked children not only to rape them, but also murder them and harvest their adrenochrome for an alleged youth serum, with an alleged video called Frazzle Drip, quote-unquote, showing Huma and Hillary doing just that, and that Donald Trump was working to take them down from the inside. Now, I can point out the many reasons why that is stupid. Pizzagate was debunked, adrenochrome doesn't do that, Huma isn't even in the screen caps of Frazzle Drip, there's no such thing as Satan, but it didn't matter, as the theory began spreading, usually among a fringe element of the right that was seemingly beyond even the alt-right. But they would even co-opt the far-right's co-opting in order to get people to adhere to them, such as using the term taking the red pill to describe buying into Q's crap. But they also had their own phrases to boot as well, such as follow the white rabbit, referencing Alice in Wonderland, ignoring the fact that the book is supposed to be a dream that didn't actually happen. One that wasn't a phrase, but an idea, was called Pastel QAnon, which is basically where far-right messages would be posted on female-targeted social media pages, usually beauty-related or just nice-looking versions of far-right memes, as a way to win over women who were not in the usual far-right crowds. But I assume the most famous one being the phrase, where we go one, we go all, from the film White Squall, but attributed to late President Kennedy. Why were they using a quote that they thought was from Kennedy? Well, you see, they thought that JFK and/or his son were not only alive, but were also helping Trump behind the scenes, and that they would reveal themselves after the cabal was defeated to become Trump's running mate and become the 18th vice president. Wait, 18th? Well, yes, as many QAnoners were also members of the sovereign citizen movement, basically a ton of people who reject the government as illegitimate for whatever reason and believe that they don't have to follow the laws, and argued that the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871 had secretly turned the US into a corporation, and that everything that happened after 1871 was not law anymore, and that Trump would be sworn in as the true 19th president.
What the hell is that?
I honestly cannot even remotely fathom how anybody believes this crap. And yet people did. While originally staying in their niche, they soon began to expand. YouTube shows explaining the results of Q drops, pastors incorporating Q into their sermons, and many celebrities such as Roseanne Barr and Sean Hannity talking about it. Another way they got people to look into it was by jumping on basically any other conspiracy theory out there, claiming that the longtime right-wing anti-Semitic canard, George Soros, was a part of this due to his association with the Democratic Party, that convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein was murdered by this cabal to avoid him exposing the truth, which is very odd considering the fact that their Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, was literally best friends with Jeffrey Epstein up to his death, and is on the record multiple times as being a person who went on Jeffrey Epstein's planes, the ones that were known for trafficking children, and has been accused by one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims as a person who bought her to use her when she was 12. And aside from that, the biggest way they jumped into the mainstream was by piggybacking onto every single COVID denialist theory, claiming that it was somehow part of the cabal's plan to take down Trump. And it wasn't until the COVID pandemic that this theory exploded in popularity. With people stuck inside with no proper way to socialize and vet information correctly, people followed whatever rabbit they thought could help make sense of this, especially if they had little helping hand from foreign governments. As it turns out, 1/5 of the Q-related social media posts from that time period had foreign relations in Russia and or China, and news organizations like RT and the Epoch Times amplified even more so, the latter of which being a paper of a literal cult. In fact, we even got the rise of a couple of QAnon candidates, two of which, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, actually managing to take seats in Congress. The former literally using her friends in the QAnon cult to ruin the life of her Democratic opponent. And during all this, Trump did what he did best. court them subtly, but not too subtly. While Trump never openly denounced this support, he would never openly court it either, which gave him an out to pretend to denounce them, which he again never did. Why the heck would he? This is a cult of diehard supporters that will literally do anything for him. And yes, this is a cult, because Q would make many predictions during the drops that would be flat out proven untrue, claiming that John Podesta would be arrested on November 3rd of 2017, still free, claiming that a major event would happen within the Department of Defense on February 1st of 2018, in which nothing happened, claimed that Trump's targets would commit mass suicide on February 10th of 2018, no major figure committed suicide that day, that a smoking gun would be released against Hillary Clinton in March of 2018, no smoking gun has been revealed yet, and one prevailing aspect of QAnon was the idea that a majority of Americans agreed with Trump and QAnon, and that Trump would win re-election in such a massive landslide that anything else would be a ploy by the deep state to stop him, which Trump regularly stoked among his voting base, claiming that there would be widespread voting fraud caused by mail-in voting, a thing that Republicans had no problem with beforehand, as the results always skewed slight red, but the second that they would skew hard blue, all of a sudden it's a problem. But here is one huge set of irony Trump made when pushing for these types of conspiracies regarding COVID, is that all they showed was that the US's COVID response was absolutely abysmal. As such, people would turn to literally any other politician to fix the problems. And that is how the guy who was clowned on the entire race managed to win by a decent margin. Which of course made the far right go crazy, trying in desperate vain to overturn the election results by any means necessary, claiming that the results must have been rigged in some capacity to make Trump lose, ignoring the fact that our elections are so decentralized it is literally impossible to rig on a massive level, and court case after court case proved that there was no evidence of the widespread fraud that they were claiming. Some suggested that the Electoral College should vote against Biden to save Trump, a thing that they mocked Hillary Clinton supporters for suggesting 4 years prior. Some even went so far as to saying that the US House should just not certify the election when they were set to count the electoral votes in January, ignoring the fact that in 1887, the Electoral College Act made the counting of electoral votes a ceremonial endeavor, and that as soon as the states sent them away, the process was essentially over. Weird that the ones who claim to love America so much know literally nothing about its history and laws, but despite what the far right wanted, it seemed that nothing would stop Biden from becoming president. All the while, this type of rhetoric got more and more radical, seeming to think that they only had one option left. So Trump announced one final thing to try and push the issue: a Save America rally where him and his supporters would march on the Capitol to protest the Electoral College count. However, it would end up becoming so much more. January 6, 2021, 9 a.m., aside from the protests among the far right, things looked like they would go off without a hitch. Trump's allies gave their speeches, members of Congress that aligned with them got some photo ops, blah blah blah, the usual stuff. But things seemed a bit off. The biggest thing coming from the fact that they kept using the word fight. Fight is a word that we use in a lot of ways, but the context seemed very dire, especially when Trump got on stage 11:58.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
So when his supporters started marching on the Capitol, they were increasing worries that there could be an incident. 12:45 p.m., a pipe bomb was discovered at the Republican National Committee, with another being discovered at the Democratic National Committee at 1:07. Capitol Police went to investigate the two bombs to ascertain the threat, right around the time Trump concluded his speech and the march officially began. While no official number can be ascertained, the crowd is estimated to be around 10,000. 12:53, the first members of the crowd made it to the Capitol building, and the officers stationed there were having trouble containing them. Members of the far-right militia, the Proud Boys, clashing with members of the U.S. military stationed there. At around 1, the rest of the crowd convened to break down the thin blue line they supported a couple of months ago. While attempting to enter the door, some tried scaling the building and attempted to make a forced entry at 2 p.m. And then... they did it. They had breached a window and had formally started entering the building. Any and all attempts to contact the Capitol Police Chief, Stephen Sund, proved impossible, and the protesters began to spread out, making their way to the Senate and House chambers to stop the count directly. Meanwhile, the Trump Republicans had been trying to posture over the supposed election irregularities when all of a sudden, an officer named Eugene Goodman managed to get to the Senate right before they were breached, and they were quickly gavelled into recess as the rioters had made it to the Senate gallery. Pence was evacuated from the area immediately, the rest of the Senate having to wait a bit before being escorted out. The House going through the same process a bit later, with the person they evacuated being House Speaker at the time, Nancy Pelosi, and by this time, the police had begun distributing gas masks to members of the chamber. Why these two in particular? Well, both had the largest amount of ire from maggots, a note on a vandalized police car calling Pelosi Satan, and rioters chanting, so these two had the largest concerns over safety. Pelosi's office being completely ransacked as a primary target. After the Senate was evacuated, the chambers were broken into, and many of the rioters reveled in their short-lived victory, one in particular being known as the QAnon Shaman. While House members were being evacuated, rioters approached the Speaker's lobby with a clear view of the fleeing Congress members, and they attempted to break in. Throughout this whole ordeal, we've had a couple of close calls with politicians and rioters nearly crossing paths, but nothing on this level. As the insurrectionists began busting the window, they were warned over and over by Lieutenant Michael Byrd to stand down. They did not listen. He warned them again with his gun out. They still weren't listening. Eventually, a window was broken. He maintained his warning, but they did not listen. Eventually, a woman named Ashley Babbitt tried to enter the window, and...
that sounds like a gunshot.
The rioting would not cease until Trump made an announcement at 4, telling his supporters to leave, and the National Guard was called 35 minutes later, with all the rioters leaving by 6 p.m. And yet, despite the events of the day, the chamber reconvened at 8:06 and 9 respectively, and the results were certified at 3:24 a.m. The internet was not the only thing that created the conditions that led to such an event, but it also served as a primary tool for planning it. Sites catering to the far-right, Telegram, Gab, Parler, 8chan, Odyssey, among others, were used to spread the message of the event, communicate, coordinate, etc. This was no mere spur-of-the-moment thing. The pipe bombs were later discovered to have been planted the previous night, as a way to distract Capitol Police while the riot was going on, partially explaining the lackluster response. They were coming from multiple angles, many of the rioters were armed. A congresswoman named Ayanna Pressley even reported that when she went to her office to call for help, the duress buttons were literally ripped out. There was even a PDF file called 1776 Returns, written by the Proud Boys, that detailed exactly how they would enter and take the building over. There was even some help from the inside. Congressman Lauren Boebert openly tweeting the location of House members, including Pelosi. Another issue revolves around the man himself, Trump, who was asked to send the National Guard at 1:49, but the National Guard was not called until 4:32. And Pence is the one who called them. Trump never did. Some even criticized the officers responding, as they seemed to allow a lot to happen before formally fighting back, which, while explained partially by the unit being spread thin, might also have something to do with the fact that many of the protesters were cops who were flashing their badges to officers while they were doing it. I wonder why police of all people would be attracted to fascistic politics. Meanwhile, others would loop it back around, claiming the reason why was because this was all a leftist-run conspiracy to make Trump and his supporters look bad, and that it was actually Antifa and BLM who did this while pretending to be QAnoners, and that this vindicated them. Statements that unfortunately remain to this very day. I very much wrote this with the intention of ending it on all the QAnon stuff, but things kept happening with the internet and politics, so I had to continue. If the video quality massively drops at the end, you'll know why. One more thing I should say before going into it. This is a part of the story that I somewhat actively participated in. I mean, I guess you could say there were segments prior that I participated in to an extent, but one part especially in this section I very much played a very active role in, reiterating that point so that you understand biases and such. While the online right was pushing for trouble in Washington, there was a subsection of the online left that wanted to cause some trouble of their own. Many people on the left argued that now was the time to fight for an issue that kickstarted the online left many years ago: Medicare for all. And they had a plan to try and push this issue, announcing that they would launch a hashtag known as Force the Vote, where they would ask Democratic members they aligned with, the Squad, and other members of the Progressive Caucus to use the very slim margin that the Democrats had in the House to withhold their vote for Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, in exchange for having a Medicare for all vote on the House floor. Now, if you know anything about politics, even if you've just been watching this video, then you know that there aren't that many politicians in Washington that support Medicare for all. In fact, not enough to pass. So what the heck was this vote supposed to do? The most common answer you would receive would be that it would force US House members to officially get on the record for supporting or opposing Medicare for all, and then people could rally up support and challenge members of Congress who voted nay, claiming that this would be similar to the movement that got us the 19th Amendment. Which might make sense on paper, but there were many who were a bit skeptical. First came from the fact that many of the people who were spearheading this movement were people who were part of a subsection of the left that had already removed themselves from the broader progressive movement by backing Tulsi Gabbard in the previous election, while claiming that Bernie and the Squad were frauds, particularly Jimmy Dore, which made people a little hesitant to back this movement. Then there was the fact that there was no structural help from organizations that advocated for Medicare for all. This was purely a movement by online podcasters, which was greatly tied into the third aspect that made people question this movement, and it was the fact that this movement was incredibly disjointed and had no historical basis. Let's start with the comparison to women's suffrage. These were vastly different scenarios. Women's suffrage failed initially with 2 votes down. Meanwhile, a Medicare for all bill was doomed on arrival, which many of the politicians that they were trying to push to do this were actively telling them, expressing that a failed vote would probably be detrimental to the bill entirely. To which Force the Voter said, then why doesn't the establishment force a vote on Medicare for all if this would hurt the bill so much? Ignoring the fact that Republican Senate leader at the time, Mitch McConnell, did the very same thing with AOC's Green New Deal bill and planned to do the exact same thing with Medicare for all, specifically so he could run ads saying, see, even the Democrats won't vote for this bill. Another thing that was very odd was the fact that they kept saying that this would get representatives on the record of supporting or opposing Medicare for all, ignoring the fact that there's this thing called a co-sponsor list, which shows exactly how many representatives support a bill and gives their names and districts. Force the Voters responded with by saying that the co-sponsor list was meaningless and that they believe that actually significantly less people would vote for a Medicare for all bill should it go to the House floor. Another issue to show how disjointed the movement was the fact that nobody could agree on the outcome of this result. Some saying that this move was purely being done specifically to get rid of Nancy Pelosi, that was the game plan, while others said that there was actually a chance that Medicare for All could actually pass on the House floor. But one of the most controversial aspects of this came from people thinking that there was a chance that in lieu of Nancy Pelosi becoming Speaker of the House, the Republican leader at the time, Kevin McCarthy, could become leader, to which Force the Voters said that there was absolutely no chance that McCarthy could have become Speaker. First of all, yes there was. Depending on how many people would have hypothetically voted against Pelosi and how they would have voted would have determined whether or not McCarthy could have become Speaker. But it was a scenario that could happen. And second comes from the fact that if they genuinely believed that Nancy Pelosi didn't have a pathway that didn't end with her Speaker, then what was the threat? What are you trading with her? If there's no threat, what's the trade? To many, the movement was a disjointed mess. But not to the movement itself, who believed that they were 100% vindicated and would now be moving on to step 2, where they would organize a nationwide March for Medicare for All, simply titled March for Medicare for All. While there was some hesitancy, there were a lot more people who actually took this movement in a little bit of a different notion, since this was going to be more than a hashtag, so maybe they could actually move forward and do something big. However, almost immediately after starting, the organization would be in a bit of a controversy, as they issued a post on social media stating that there would be a march in Munice, Indiana, with the speaker being known as Matt H. Bach. However, the person in the photo is a well-known white supremacist by the name of Matthew Heimbach. This revelation coming as a major shock to the broader online left, but not surprising as he was known for trying to get involved with activism outside of his circle by redwashing himself. The leaders of the march would then release a statement saying that the organization was not in contact with Heimbach, but this was rather the work of trolls trying to take down the march. But this did little to quell the opposition, as this showed that the organization could easily be fooled. But I mean, sure, whatever. Yeah, they got trolled into thinking that an anti-Semite was going to be part of the organization, whatever. But then a couple of months later, the organization posted this image showing organizations that would be involved with the March for Medicare for All, one of which being the new Black Panther Party, not to be confused with the Black Panther Party of yesteryear. What separates the old one from the new one is that the new one is extremely anti-Semitic, even suggesting that Hitler was justified in committing the Holocaust. And while they could deny the fact that Heimbach wanted to be part of the organization, there were many people who were very much actively involved in the organization that dabbled in soft anti-Semitism. Nico House was palling around with a neo-Nazi. Even Jimmy Dore was not immune, as he had used terminology associated with anti-Semitism.
And I don't know if you remember that saying.
And viciously.
And viciously. And there's a saying, and maybe I'll butcher it, but it's, if you want to know who rules over you, it's who you're not allowed to criticize.
And for those of you who want to try and type something away in the comments, this quote is literally about Jews. The drama only served to further divide this group from the rest of the online left. And one group of people within this circle wanted to make this divide more steep than before. Let me introduce you to a man by the name of Caleb Maupin, a long-standing political activist since at least 2008, who would end up working for the Russian news network, Russia Today. Maupin had tried to get success outside of Siberia by heavily critiquing BreadTube figures for alleged imperialistic views, among other things. Maupin was labeled by many as a tanky, which can be easily defined by this example. In almost every single online debate regarding communism, what usually happens is that a communist and a non-communist will get into an argument with each other, and then the non-communist will try to pull a gotcha by pointing out either authoritarianism or socially reactionary views espoused by communist nations to counteract the socially progressive nature of most Western communists, to which the communist in the argument will usually try to rebut it by saying, that wasn't real communism. Yeah, Maupin openly admires these aspects and thinks they cannot be removed from communism. But one thing that is very odd with Maupin was that even though he had a very anti-Western viewpoint, which is common for people who espouse communism, he also had this weird affinity for America, tying it to the teachings of former Communist Party leader Earl Browder. But one major criticism of Maupin was very similar to the critiques regarding March for Medicare for All. His association with certain figures were very interesting. He expressed positive views with the British Communist Party leader Jody Brar, a group well known for being anti-trans, but his most troubling association was with a figure known as Alexander Dugin, a figure in Russia that has influenced basically all of modern-day Russian politics through his creation of National Bolshevism, an ideology that combines ultranationalism with leftist symbology to push for fascism to become more palatable, who also inspired another person in the online political scene, Adam Tahir, better known as the usernames Haz and Infrared, who similarly has this weird mishmash of views that were communist purely because he said it was, but in practice, he goes on and on about admiring figures that are not in any way communist. Now, these two would normally be laughed away by the internet a couple of years ago, but given the rise of more fringe and downright idiosyncratic ideologies through the Polkon Ball community, these two did manage to build certain communities, leading to the creation of what has been called the Nazbol Vortex, and they started to make their way into broader groups of people that have gone under many names: Dum Dum Left, the Post Left, Tulstans, Populist Left, Red Browns, among others, bonding over hatred of the mainstream left and US foreign policy, as well as a propensity for conspiracies. And seemingly, as these two groupings intermingled, they begun to take massive shifts that seemed out of nowhere. People who used to be rather socially progressive were now arguing that identity politics are a liberal distraction and that they were not issues worth fighting for. One person who was successfully groomed into this sort of thinking was Jackson Hinkle, a failed candidates turned podcaster who became the face of this movement, going from a DSAer to a communist like that. But one thing that really made people notice a shift was their ever-changing views on the right. It started with the Canadian Trucker Convoy, a group of Canadian truckers protesting the fact that they were required to get a vaccine for COVID-19. While left-wing groups in Canada and across the world denounced these protests and right-wing groups would praise them, this group of leftists conveniently agreed with the right on this one, and things shifted ever so slightly. Then, after the victory of a Marxist guerrilla fighter in the Colombian election this year, Hinkle and Dorr were making a podcast explaining how the right-wing guy who was quoted as admiring Adolf Hitler was actually the real left-wing candidate in the race, not the guy who is literally a communist guerrilla fighter. But this movement did not become completely laughable until Hinkle, Haz, and Maupin revealed their own hashtag that they wanted to turn into an actual viable movement. Ladies, gentlemen, and anyone in between, let me introduce you to MAGA communism, a movement that seeks to unite MAGA with communism to take down the elite, ignoring the fact that these two movements could not be any further from each other, and anytime they got pushback, especially within the circle, they couldn't answer the criticisms levied. In fact, they might have just taken it to heart because many of them have jumped ships to just being conservatives now. Now, you might not necessarily understand why I'm bringing this up, but I bring them up because there's actually a comparison to two different movements in the US's history, one of which I have already covered in this video. Let's go bit by bit. It started out as legitimate criticisms of the left, many of their issues related to social views, and many of them pushed for things that benefited the right while claiming they were on the left, and many of which would just use that as a stepping stone to join the right. This is literally, beat for beat, the anti-SJW community 2.0, but there is another movement I can compare them to, and in order for us to understand, we're going to have to go way back to just before World War II. Bear with me, it might make sense when I explain it. Back in the late 20s, early 30s, there was a man by the name of Huey Long, governor and senator from the great state of Louisiana. Long was a well-known populist during the Depression, originally being an ally with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Another figure associated with Long was a man by the name of Charles Coughlin, a preacher turned radio personality who managed to get 30 million listeners a week on his radio program. However, as Long and Coughlin were staunch isolationists, they begun to break with Roosevelt over his foreign policy, to the point of running candidates to oppose him, and in doing so, the movement ever so slightly started inching further and further right, usually by relying on conspiracy theories. Yeah, that sounds a little beat for beat if you ask me. However, there is another group that, while I originally could have used it as a comparison, I no longer have to because of reasons we'll have to get into. And this will require a bit more explanation. Bear with me, it will all make sense later. Lyndon Hermile LaRouche Jr. was a young person involved in Marxist movements in the 1950s. However, as we know, leftist movements are known for being sectarian, and LaRouche would end up becoming part of the infighting, joining up with smaller fringe groups in every debate, culminating with him creating his own group called the National Caucus of Labor Committees in 1968. And with LaRouche creating his own organization, now he was the one calling the shots. And now that he was in charge, he was getting really weird. He viewed every other left-wing organization as left proto-fascists, and felt that he was the only one who can enact a true leftist vision, and he felt that his organization must do anything he can to stop them. So his organization began assaulting members of every other leftist group at the time, which isolated him further from the rest of the left, leading to Lyndon to adopt more fringe ideas. He now believed that the British Crown and Zionist groups were controlling the CIA to attack him because he was the one who was going to stop them, believing that they secretly had control of the environmentalist and gay rights movements and that they needed to be contained. He now started openly collaborating with right-wing groups like the KKK and the American Independent Party, and began noticeably shifting to the right. He organized meetings and began running candidates, starting as independents, but they would later end up joining with other parties as well. LaRouche himself even taking the plunge into electoral politics. All of these compounding factors would make the LaRouche movement seem to grow and grow. While it was still really fringe, they seemed to be everywhere, even to the point where John McCain stated, "No one's been elected since 1972 that Lyndon LaRouche and his people have not protested." The movement even began to spread outside of the US. The movement was more than just politics, as it seemed that many of its followers had a religious devotion to Lyndon and his ideas, which it looked like would come crashing down in 2019 after LaRouche died. However,
because of the climate crisis, we only have a few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies.
And after that taste, they wanted more. So LaRoucheites kept going after AOC and the Squad, and people in the so-called post-left who hated AOC and the Squad began giving them positive coverage. Maupin would literally invite the LaRoucheites to come to his events, and they started getting a heck of a lot more popular. And the LaRoucheites would begin their biggest infiltration yet. And there was another thing that was coming on the horizon that would help solidify this group's official detachment from whatever they claimed that they stood for. Twitter is a social media website that was formed in 2007. The gist of it being that you would be able to write messages with 140 characters and send them out to people all around the world. Such a simple concept made Twitter one of the largest social media sites in the history of the internet. And I've mentioned it a couple of times in this documentary for that very obvious reason. Due to Twitter's format, there was one group of people that seemed absolutely attracted to the site. People under 30. And one thing that is prominent for people under 30 is the lack of a life and the need to feel important. As such, many users on Twitter felt compelled to use their pages to spread their messages. One of the most prominent ways was the use of something dubbed #activism, where users would spread awareness of a cause via a hashtag, many of which you are probably familiar with, but the two most prominent ones I would argue were as follows. #MeToo, a hashtag made to spread awareness of widespread sexual assault and harassment that had gone under the radar for many years, brought on by many high-profile revelations of sexual assault by film producer Harvey Weinstein. But arguably, the most well-known one is #BlackLivesMatter, a hashtag started after the tragic shooting of Trayvon Martin and the acquittal of his shooter, George Zimmerman, which evolved into a larger critique of systemic racism in the justice system. The fact that both of these prominent hashtags and many others on Twitter leaned to the left as opposed to the right led to accusations that the website had a left-wing bias, sentiment that would continue as some right-wing creators were banned from using the site due to them breaking the site's terms of services. Ignoring the fact that there were a lot of prominent conservatives who did use Twitter that were not banned because they didn't break the TOS, and many left-leaning accounts were also suspended from Twitter for dubious reasons, but shh, it doesn't fit into the narrative. Things were reaching a head during the COVID pandemic and the ensuing election debacle, as many prominent conservative accounts were just openly spreading misinformation on both. And the rules of the site clearly stated intentionally spreading misinformation was a bannable offense. However, this led to one huge problem, as one of the people who was spreading this misinformation was the President of the United States. So they were left with a bit of an interesting contention. But luckily, the wave of misinformation that was in the prior election gave them the opportunity to have a tiered system, the biggest thing being blurbs underneath tweets with blatant misinformation, things that other websites were doing as well to combat rabid misinfo, which was met with the same criticism that right-wing accounts were being over-attacked by this new tool, which could easily be avoided if right-wing accounts simply just stopped spreading misinformation. But again, shh, that doesn't fit the narrative. And directly blaming Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey for this due to his alleged left-wing biases, ignoring the fact that he has only made 3 political endorsements in his lifetime, all 3 of which were Democrats that were considered a lot more right-leaning than the rest of the party. But again, shh, that doesn't fit the narrative. However, pretty soon, a bombshell would drop that would seemingly change everything. April 14th of 2022, business magnate Elon Musk, best known for his companies Tesla and SpaceX, announced plans to acquire Twitter, officially doing so on October 27th, 2022 for $44 billion. Musk was not new to fame, obviously, not only due to the massive pocketbook, but also brought through the internet. Musk having a subsection of the internet who was just absolutely obsessed with him, seeing him as a great thinker of our generation, and one day they too would be like him. So this decision came as a joy to many. Not everyone was as enthused, as Elon Musk stated his intentions was to change how Twitter would be. The biggest item on Musk's agenda was to be ending the so-called liberal bias, stating upon buying the site, comedy is legal on Twitter. But in practice, he would not be doing so hot. One of the first things for Twitter was to change its name to X, which was met with various forms of mockery considering the other websites that have an X logo. But that pales in comparison to how he actually wanted to change the way the website would be run. The earliest change he made was ending the way verification worked on the site. You see, prior to Musk, verification, or blue checks, would be given to accounts of note in order to avoid impersonation of celebrities or politicians. But now, for a simple fee of $8 a month, you too could be given the coveted blue check for yourself, which in turn led to lots of people abusing the feature to not only troll people, but to spread misinformation. because blue checks would not only get the nice shiny badge, but would also get boosted in the Twitter algorithm. I mean, big deal. Twitter literally just implemented a policy to combat misinformation, right? Well, that's until Elon Musk decided to completely change the feature from having experts to be voted on by the community itself, which also led to a lot of misinformation spreading through a thing that was literally supposed to combat misinformation. Another thing that he would do in order to prevent people from claiming that he was bashing conservatives and having a liberal bias, he would essentially go soft on prominent right-wing accounts, leading to posts claiming that LGBTQ people were groomers growing to 119% following Musk's takeover. And in that same token, prominent conservative accounts that literally posted "He forgot to flash" get to remain on the site, even boosting their page by making a big deal when he would add them back to the site, even getting to the point where he literally let accounts that did bad things come back, starting off with the infamous @RealDonaldTrump account, then allowing people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes back on. So let's review. He brings the far right on the website, gives them an ability to start boosting themselves in the algorithm for a small financial fee. I wonder what could possibly go wrong in this scenario. Shock of all shocks, these far-right accounts started boosting themselves in the algorithm to spread various far-right messages on Twitter. And take a wild guess what group they would talk about the most. We get to the point where there would be almost every day a new account that would either make a poll or a post talking about World War II and which side they would have rooted for. Misinformation on the Anti-Defamation League would be spread, and there would be an ad for an anti-Semitic movie being played on the site, alongside many users openly touting the white genocide conspiracy theory. And not only did Elon Musk allow this stuff to go on, he would start replying to it and agreeing with everything they said. And he himself personally would boost accounts in the Twitter algorithm of these far-right sentiments, including the ensuing Ban the ADL campaign led by literal Nazis. And keep in mind, while he would let these accounts on the site, again, ones that had very legitimate reasons to be kicked off of the platforms, ones that did not have any legitimate reasons would get banned, such as in December 15th of 2022, when 10 journalists critical of Elon Musk were banned because of an alleged policy implemented the day before. But it was not lost on anyone, this wasn't the case. A similar incident happened on January 9th of 2024, when 6 prominent left-wing accounts were banned from the site for seemingly no reason outside of their critical nature towards Musk, which further divided Musk from the rest of the elite as many companies decided to pull their ads from the site, which in turn led to the only ad buys being available being ones by porn bots, which, based on anecdotal evidence, got way more prominent after Elon Musk's buyout, alongside the use of other bots. All these factors combined has plummeted Twitter's value, with numbers for its cost now ranging from $19 billion to some saying it might even be worth just $4 billion. Both numbers not painting Elon Musk as the business-savvy genius that H3H3 built him up to be, which has led to many to ask, why would Elon Musk do any of this? Why would he intentionally destroy one of the most prominent websites in the history of the modern internet? Well, I think the reason is pretty obvious. Elon Musk has 10 children, one of which is Vivian Jenna Wilson, born in 2004. Vivian is a transgender woman and has had a very estranged relationship with her father. And rather than Musk reflecting inward as to why she might feel this way or potentially communicate with her to try and resolve any issues, he instead decided to play the blame game, stating that the reason why was because
your dead. So my dead. Killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like. Yeah, and there's lots of people in that situation now.
Right.
It's not pretty. And lots of demolished kids.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason to be the final straw. All right, so let's...
So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that.
So basically, the same thing a Luddite parent says, I thought the tech bro was supposed to be different, which inevitably pushed him into a further right outlook than he had prior, back when he was simply just a centrist libertarian type. Definitely still had capitalist interests in mind, but otherwise he couldn't care less. And back in the day, that used to be cool. But now it's not cool. And much like people have noted about Elon Musk in the past, he does not take kindly to people who just don't like him. So, rather than simply just ignoring them and moving on with his life, given the fact that he's the richest fucking man in the world, he now sees it as his civic duty to defeat the left. So coincidentally, Elon Musk decides to buy the one social media site that was seen as the hotbed for left-wing activism, where the hashtags began, where the Rose Twitter buds grew, to the point where many people consider Twitter to be no distinguishable from 4chan, and coincidentally decided to remove all the safeguards made immediately after the 2016 election, right before the 2024 election. Almost as if this isn't about the money, it's about spreading a message. Some may leave this video with one simple question. How the heck did any of this happen? How did something as small as the internet go from something as simple as this to a creation beyond our imaginations? Did the internet influence how humanity is today? Or did the internet merely give us a reflection of who we really are? We hear people all over taking a side on the issue, arguing more people need to go outside and touch grass, others defending spending entire days online. But it seems the most likely theory is somewhere in between. Think of it as the long-standing question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The internet is merely a tool like any other, and like the tools of the past, they can create the greatest of things while also being the creation of destruction. The same thing you're using now to watch this video, someone else is using to spread the most hateful illicit material on the planet. As the future draws ever closer, it becomes apparent that humanity and the internet have a form of symbiosis that pushes us closer to the next evolutionary level. However, what looks symbiotic to some might actually be parasitic to others. Is it the fall of the internet? Not particularly. Many of the issues the internet allegedly caused have existed long before the internet and will exist long after it shuts down. But while it makes it easier to see humanity's greatest attributes, it makes it infinitely easier to see our worst ones. If you leave this video with one thing, I hope that it would be rethinking the notion that the internet is not real life. I'm ᵃᵃᵗᶦᵦᵃ, thank you for watching, and as always, stay informed.